Welcome.
This is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Alexa Moody's late. Alexa Moody was late. Yeah. Come on, bitrate. All right. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. It me, I, Dan Simpson from the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. Today on the show, we'll be doing the same thing that we do every day. Try to take over the world. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Root by the foot. Root by the foot. Just that. That's the tweet. All right. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello to viewers, listeners. Hello to, those things that pick up electromagnetic signals across the universe. Alien-made sensors listening in. Probably not making any sense of this. Hello. Oh, hello, replay viewers. I'm thinking of you, CIA Steve, and FBI Fred, NSA Ned, DHS Dave. Thank you for listening and watching and keeping track of me. Thank you for my handlers, Comrade Ross, and the rest of the mod team. Hello, chat. That's you. It's you. ATF Andy. Yeah. What's up, PJ? Love your face. All right. We're already having a good time over here. Stuff's breaking. And NSA Bob. Yes, Ned's friend. Yeah. What's up? We got Amber's system. What's up, y'all? Gonna get some things to work over here, but they're not. That's how it goes. DEA Donald. Donald. What's the deal over here? All right. Shout outs are not working today. I can't do my shout out. Well, my chat shout outs. What am I trying to say? My chat highlights. I don't know. MI6 Mike. Yeah. Don't forget. Never forget. Always remember. Okay. Well, I'm really happy to be with you today. I'm tired. I stayed up real late last night. I was like editing for a real long time. And it took forever. But I figured out some shit. And if you caught that before the break, you watched the entire edited episode of Chotley Trap House number 0. Almost the beginning. I consider it. Okay. There's a clip of that on my YouTube page. If you're not subscribed, please do. It's free. Hit the bell. Whatever you got to do. Otherwise, it's behind my Patreon right now. You want that whole episode? It is behind my Patreon. And that's a real great way to support. $3 a month will get you access to that. Now, I don't know exactly how Karem and I are going to do this moving forward, but I want to get I want to make sure Karem is going to get a cut of this, you know? Because here's the thing. And I was sort of talking about it as we were watching and as I was reviewing the video. And my bitrate's all over the place. There's an F. A mini tiny F. That doesn't count. I'll allow it. Y'all still with me? What I'm trying to say is this. I think we should just make our own Patreon. I honestly want him to have it. And then he could pay me out. I don't care. But the idea is, like, this content's really important. It's, like, truly important. It's content that needs to be delivered well. It needs to be made well. And I think we're onto something here. I think it's a real complicated topic. Especially if you're just sort of not well versed. So it's sort of tricky for me to keep one foot in that camp and the other foot in the other camp where I'm trying to piece it together. So that I can, I don't know, bridge that divide when I make the content. It's real interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm always going to look back on the content that I make, and I'll always know more. I'm like, that's like part of like making content that's scary. Right? You know that when you look back on it, it's not going to be as good as you could have made it, you know, in the future when you're looking back at it. You get me? You got to do it. Because otherwise, by the time you get to the future, you won't be better. You just got to do it. You got to go through the motions, kids. No? You want to learn how to throw? Learn the fundamentals. Down and around. Down and around. Down and around. Can't tell you how many times I was told down and around as I was learning to play baseball. Anyways, here's the deal. I think this content is awesome. I'm really getting into it. It's partly like a, you know, it's partly like a really great thing for me because I'm learning a lot. So fucking much. And it's really important for people to know. This is geopolitical stuff that I honestly am realizing it's sort of basic. But it's really important. It's really important. And no one knows about it. No one knows. Like, no one knows. Like, who's this guy, right? Why is his face all wavy? Well, that's just a photo filter. Don't worry about that. Like, this is really important shit. And I didn't know. And you know me, I love sharing what I learn. Especially when it's super important. This is one of those big things. This is like a geopolitical thread that if you tug on it, it's like everything, the whole thing falls apart. It's like, and I don't mean that in a good way. What am I trying to say? It's this thread that's attached to so many different things. So, you know, Turkish deep state. It goes on to explain what's happening, at least partly, in so many parts of the world, including Ukraine right now, Syria. They might be fucking around in Iran, although I think that's more of a CIA thing. If there's going to be any fighting, it will be. Arab Spring, homies. Arab Spring. Not to say the entire thing was Grey Wolves, but you know what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Played a part. Gotta have the dialectic. I love the dialectic. Yeah, I got a button for that. I don't have to do the impression.
I love the dialectic.
Okay, so really happy with how it's come together. I threw in some. Did you catch the music? Did anyone catch like the music that was in there? Let's talk about that because I think I need to reflect on what that was. Because I'm not really sure if I'm a believer in that, in what I did. What is this famous horse? Is that? Did I interview Fame Source and I didn't update it or something? Oh my god, I'm all over the place. All right. Let me play you what it is. In one of these clips.
So we do probably Grey Wolves, Turquoise.
Do it at the end.
Didn't try hard enough, or we didn't do our job.
What do you think? Just tell me you hate it so that I can go start looking for another thing to do. Just tell me you hate it. It's okay. Sort of a weird.
So we do probably
it's like a juxtaposition,
or we didn't
right?
do our job.
It's like something about it doesn't fit, right? I can't put my finger on it, but I'm like, is it a good or bad juxtaposition?
Or we didn't do our job.
A little too happy sounding, you know? I should just play it in minor. I'll just redo it in a minor key. You hate the acoustic guitar? Yeah. Well, I win them all. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I don't know what else to do. I need to get that young Chomsky guy to write me some sounds. All right, back to the drawing board with that, huh? Yeah, it doesn't fit. Needs a fat ass bass line. Some Seinfeld ass slap bass. You know, this is. All right. Yeah. Back to the drawing board. Let me know if you've got an idea. I don't know. I'm totally. This is not my skill set. I don't know what I'm doing. I'd like for it to be short too. Like literally no more than 2 seconds. Because sometimes I just want to use it in between a section, you know? I just don't know what to do with this. This is not my forte. I don't know what I'm doing. Who knows what they're doing with this? I feel dumb, you know? Like, I don't even know where to start solving some of these problems. I hate it. Okay. Well, I'll think about that. I have no idea. All right, it's Thursday. Like, what are we doing today? I don't know. I haven't come up with a list. I don't have a list yet for today. Today is the 3rd of November, 2022. It is Thursday. It's Thursday. It's 9:45 a.m. Central Standard Time, Daylight Savings. Where are we at with that? I hate this whole thing. Why can't we just stick with one? Save daylight? It's the same amount. It's the same amount of daylight. Just fucking change your schedule, not the whole world. It was just the wildest thing. We take the whole world, make it fit around us instead of the other way around. Where were we? Making a list. Democracy Now! With Blamey Badman. We'll watch that. I don't know. We'll see if there's a Ukraine update. What's going on there? If you have links, drop them in my Discord. On your radar. On your radar. Okay? Something like that, right? Okay. I gotta come up with a new song. New song. Help me out with that. This is hard. How do podcast producers do this part of the job, right? What do they do? That the Chomsky guy, he just cranks it out. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a musician, but I don't make that kind of music. I make like real sounds with guitars and my voice. That's what I do. Should I just sing? Charlie Trappers. I don't know. It's not bad. 2 vids you watched earlier, completely blown away by. Yeah, what were they? Yeah, drop your links in my Discord. Drop them in there. It's where they go. Perfect. You're doing a great job. Prolocult, huh? I don't know about the Prolocult. Oh, yeah. Imran Khan, homies. All right. So, Imran Khan... Imran Khan shot in leg in assassination attempt in Pakistan. Excuse me. Can I show this? Is this going to be bloody? No blood. I don't see any blood. Imran Khan wounded in assassination attempt. I do believe the guy that tried to shot him got shot. Am I right about that? The would-be assassin tried to Shinzo, but instead got Abed. Is that right? Gunmen opened fire at a container lorry containing Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan. I mean, generally speaking, we believe he was couped by the U.S. a handful of months ago, wounding him in the leg and also some of his supporters as he led a protest march on Islamabad to demand snap elections. Oh, wow. Party aide said Khan had been wounded in the shin, was not seriously hurt. Man opened fire with an automatic weapon. Several people are wounded. Imran Khan's also injured. I saw a picture. It looked like a handgun. They say automatic weapon. The identity of the gunman arrested at the scene. They were not killed. According to The Guardian, was not immediately known. The identity not known. No group would claim responsibility. It was definitely an assassination attempt. 100%. Happened in Wazirabad district of the Eastern Punjab province. All right, I'd like to know where that is. I'm that kind of guy. Give me the map. Show me the map. Okay. There. Wow. Right over there. All right, Khan was trapped. Well, that was like it was in India. I don't know how the lines are drawn here. Pakistan media. Khan was traveling in a large convoy of lorry cars headed towards the capital, Islamabad, as part of his campaign aimed at forcing the government to hold early elections. I don't know if I could show this. I think so. That's not blood. That might be blood. Just looks like red paint. All right, so Imran Khan's lifted into a car after assassination attempt here. Ooh, I got to preview this. It was not blood, after all. Shot him in the leg, homies. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're screaming their heads off. Wow, they're... Oh my god. All right, check it out. Look at them. Wow, man. Wow. Being taken to a hospital in Lahore. He's not seriously wounded. Hit in the leg. Senator from Khan's party injured in the incident talked to local media with blood on his shirt. One political worker has been killed and some political aides are injured, including Imran Khan. Local reporter present told local media at the beginning no one knew what was happening. Some thought it was fireworks. After the first burst, I saw someone laying on the ground. Everything happened in 15 seconds. The Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, said, I condemn the incident. Attack less than a week after Khan began his march from Lahore, the capital of Punjab province, along with thousands of supporters. Since his ousting in a no-confidence vote in Parliament in April, Khan alleged he was the victim of a conspiracy engineered by his successor, Sharif, and the U.S. That's what the U.S. be doing. They're like, hey, if you be cooing, we'll cut you a deal. But of course, the U.S. is looking for a better deal than they previously had. That's how they get it. That's how they get it. That's how they be doing it. The U.S. be cooing. He claimed in May that his life was in danger. He had recorded a video in which he mentioned the names of all those who conspired against him. Nice. All right. Latest challenge to the government comes after Pakistan's elections commission disqualified him from holding public office for 5 years for allegedly selling state gifts unlawfully and concealing assets as premier. Come on, homies. Khan's challenged the disqualification in a pending court case. Sharif's government also said there will be no early vote. Next elections will be held according to schedule 2023. All right. Dropping 6% of my frames today. Sucks. Decided to just record on my end because the stream keeps cutting out and getting cut up into different VODs. This gives me a backup. Okay. Well, hold up. He said where? In which province? Started with a W. Wazirabad. Oh, see, I typed Punjab, India, like a big dumb fuck over here. All right, but that's where they were. Yeah, that makes more sense, right? All right, so they're going to Lahore. The capital, is that correct? Is that right? Just take a peek at the whole picture here. Get the whole 30,000 foot view of the world there. It's a little taller than 30,000. How we doing, chat? Are you learning something? Geopolitical significance? What? Belt and Road? Does that go through there? I don't know enough about that. Whoa, Belt and Road deep dive. That'd be fun sometime. I want to do a quick one right now. No. Maybe. No. Okay. Imran Khan shot, huh? Any other important takes on Imran Khan being shot? Oh. Khan. The Wrath of Imran Khan. Ben Norton outlines the anatomy of the U.S.-backed coup against him took place in 2022, April. With low-key.
That the U.S. said, all right, we need to overthrow this guy. And what happened is that the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs.
This is great. All right, Ben, hit it.
His name is Donald Liu. He pressured Pakistan. He sent a threatening letter to Pakistan telling the government that it cannot...
Slow it down. Start from the top, Ben.
That the U.S. said, all right, we need to overthrow this guy. And what happened is that the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs, his name is Donald Liu. He pressured Pakistan. He sent a threatening letter to Pakistan telling the government that it cannot have good relations with the U.S. if Imran Khan remains in power. That if Pakistan wants to restart its relations with the U.S., it needs to remove Imran Khan from power. And we also have evidence of this because there's on March 2nd, there was a Senate hearing in which Donald Liu was testifying before the Senate. And he admitted that the US State Department was pressuring Pakistan over its refusal to condemn Russia. And then, this was, by the way, before the Pakistani parliament, the opposition forces introduced a no confidence motion. And we know that the US government, the US embassy behind the scenes, was whipping votes to try to get people to vote in the Pakistani National Assembly for this no confidence motion to impeach Imran Khan. And they succeeded in doing that. So, I mean, this is an incredible,
I think these are details I didn't know.
blatant act of meddling by the US government. Of course, anyone who knows the most basic history of the US knows that the US has organized coups and impeachments and color revolutions around the world for many
We be
decades.
cooing.
But I mean, this was pretty much done in broad daylight. And Imran Khan himself, he repeatedly said in his speeches, he said, the US government has organized a conspiracy against me. He named the Assistant Secretary of State, Donald Lu. He named the people involved. There are photos of opposition lawmakers in Pakistan meeting with US government officials, planning this operation.
You got the receipts, I guess. That letter, yeah. I guess we learned about that, huh?
Extremely disappointed by both of you.
Shut the fuck up. Imran Khan's a right-wing populist? It's Jacobin? Oh no, Jacobin. Who wrote it? I don't know who this is. What are your other takes? Seems Jacobin's got their Pakistani token. I don't know. I don't know, man. Jacobin is hit or miss sometimes, yeah? I don't know what to think about this. I don't know. From a dialectical and historical perspective, US be cooing. US still cooing. Not to say that, like, CIA had a direct hand in this assassination attempt, but this is what happens when US be cooing. All this extra shit. This doesn't have to be explicitly handled by the CIA or even, like, you know, opposition deep state intelligence type people, you know what I mean? It could just be some random ass person in the country who's putting the pieces together and realizing, okay, well, Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs, he's telling our leaders to get rid of Khan. So we're going to get rid of Khan. That's what they're thinking, right? And they're such sickos, and they know that the United States means business, that they go and, well, coup him. The no confidence vote, followed by this assassination attempt. He says Lou admitted this. I don't know what that means. I'd like to know more about that. Glad I found that piece, though. Oh, wow. Orcus saying, this is what was supposed to have happened. Imran Khan killed. They would blame it on that drug addict schmuck they paraded on TV. What does that mean? Violence on the streets and crackdown by the fascist junta, and then Mariam returning after violence ended. I'm not sure who Mariam is. Forever rule by the two families. All right, there's a lot of details I'm not tracking. Pakistan's not one of the things I am an understander of. Footage of the firing, assassination attempt. I gotta see if I can watch this here with you. Oh, he's like in a parade. Oh, shit! Oh, shit, homies! All right. I'm gonna blur it. But you could sort of see what's going on before the shooting. And when the shooting happens, like all these guys just pretty much fall down, including Khan. Looks like that. I'm blurring though. I'm blurring. Oh my god, that was an automatic weapon. Digga, digga, digga, digga, digga, digga, digga. What was that, like 12 shots? Like 8, it's like 8, 10, or 12. I can't tell. I don't know. I don't know enough about clips to be able to say anything intelligent about this. Nine? They got clips at 9? Maybe one. Oh, and then there was like an extra one, right? Here's a picture of the shooter. Yeah, no blood. Not the guy in the Fila shirt. The guy, I think, in the jacket or whatever. I think the guy in the Fila shirt's grabbing his hand. But that thing went... Fuck, man. You know what? I got a real bad connection today. I just have a bad connection. I'm not sure what the deal is. Fix one thing. Stream issues over here. The fuck? Why is this not working anymore? You don't do this? Nothing there. Don't do that anymore. SE Live. What the fuck is all this shit? And I haven't looked into Touch Portal in a while. I don't know what the updates are. I bet there's a bunch of stuff I can learn. Event on Sub Gift Bomb. Oh, sick. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that is cool. Photoshop. I'm having this issue. OBS extended. See, refresh a browser. Why won't you do this for me anymore? Scene source browser it's the same thing. It's not connecting. All right. That means that the plugin needs to be updated. I'll do that later. Fuck it. God damn it. All right. Let me get back to it. Sorry, chat. The tough part about having a complicated stream. Shit breaks. Young Manic. Welcome in, homie. You feeling Jenny? Minority enclaves. Our colonization? I'm not sure what you're getting at, homie. What do you mean? I highlight comments today. It sucks. Stupid argument with someone. Yeah. Where was that video? Doo-doo. Okay. I don't want to know. All right, let's get up. How about the headlines? Let's get into the headlines, okay? Unless there's anything else to learn about Imran Khan getting shot. Let me do a search. Since this is a breaking story, I like to do this sometimes so you could find out stuff. The hero who saved his life. They're interviewing.
हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं वजीराबाद में खान साहब के ऊपर फायरिंग हुई और इन्होंने उस लड़के को पकड़ा है जो फायरिंग कर रहा था पहले ही देख लिया था कि वो गोली
उसने निकाले किसी को लगाओ लेकिन वो तैयारी में नहीं था उसने निकालते साथ ही ऐसे करके फायर मार
मतलब एक फायर उसने किया दूसरा फायर करने लगा था आपने पकड़ लिया
उसकी ना पिस्टल भी आटो थी मेरे हाथ से जब मैंने उसको पकड़ा है ना वो तरतर ही नीचे आई है और एक बंदे को लग भी गई
Tell us about your shirt.
नीचे जो बंदा था उसको लगी है
हाँ
और आपको भी लग सकती थी
लग जाती तो लग जाती
खान साहब को
How
जब
could we
देखा
be
कि
cool
वो
like
गोली
you?
उस तरफ मारा
Look, they love
खान
him.
साहब के साथ बाईपास से पैदल आ रहा था दौड़ता हुआ तो
He's a hero.
साथ था बस वो मैंने देखा है मैंने कहा ये
No, no, he's not the guy.
तो
He
उसने
stopped the
मैंने
guy.
उसको पकड़ लिया उसको मैंने
अच्छा आपने
Pakistan.
5-7 फुट दूर से पिस्टल
He stopped the guy shooting.
निकाला लोड किया उसने सीधा किया मैंने दौड़ लगा
They love him. This guy's great.
निकल गया था उसका तो मैंने उसका नीचे
Guy's
किया
hero.
उसके 2-3 मारे मेरे आगे लगे को बने को
It's Pakistani Jeff Flores.
फायर भी लगा
आपकी जान भी जा सकती थी
जाती है तो जाए खान के लिए
इब्तिसाम हमारे साथ मौजूद
Who's your
हैं
favorite soccer team?
वजीराबाद
Okay. Worry about it. There it is, Russ. Footage from earlier when Khan was being shifted. Same video, we've seen it. Footage from inside the container was Khan was shot in the leg. He couldn't stand up. If I could show you this or not. It's hard to tell. Wearing black, so there's no visible blood. Get right shit in the bed. God, I'm losing my mind. Maybe I gotta update my router, actually. Actually didn't think about that. Gotta think about the routers. Thought it was the guy. Yeah, in the black. It was the guy wearing black. Let me be careful as I scroll here. I need to be better. People on the Mardan are on the roads protesting against the assassination attempt. Seen footage of massive protests in Peshawar. I just want to thank God and my mom. Just had to do what I got to do. I'm going to Disney World. He allegedly said. Be careful as I scroll. Ania Kalek saying in light of the assassination attempt on Imran Khan, good to watch this with Devil Advo Imran. Oh. Okay, so this is, I guess, a piece they did. Back 6 months ago. Why so many Pakistanis believe the US backed coup against Imran Khan. This must be the one video, because I was watching like 2, 3, 4 videos at the time. This must be the one that I didn't watch. My God. Oh, Imran Khan was removed. Comeback. Why the opposition united against? Did the military initially support him? Lawyers movement, hatred of ruling elites, Imran Khan and fundamentalists. Is he a right-wing populist? Opposition to U.S. Oh, is that replying to the Jacobin piece?
The idea that Khan is this right-wing populist, he's been described as a right-wing.
Look how quickly we're going down this rabbit hole here. It's like a slippery-ass rabbit hole this morning.
And the newspapers as well.
Well, so, I wanted to also give you the opportunity to respond to, because I know that I think that you disagree with this claim, if I'm not mistaken. There's the idea that Khan is this right-wing
Not directly replying to Jacobin.
populist. He's been described as.
What did the Jacobin piece say? It's a slippery rabbit hole this morning. We're just slipping right down. It's like a slide.
As a right-wing populist. So how do you respond to that characterization? Do you agree with it? Do you disagree with it? Why?
Well, I think this is extremely, a nonsense. But if anyone is making a claim, and I know a lot of people are making the claim, so let's get into the practice. So Imran Khan, when he's been called as right-wing populist, he's been compared with either Narendra Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, or the Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro. So
they're comparing him to Bolsonaro.
Than me, what Modi have been doing to the Muslims with respect to amendments in the law and bringing Muslims actually to the second-class citizens, and Jair Bolsonaro. For example, the Imran Khan has been called a right-wing populist. So if you look at Imran Khan, his whole of the policies are in the context of a progressive welfare state that no right-wing populist will talk about. So, for example, look at his domestic policies. He has always spoken in terms of welfare state that no right-wing populist will argue. Look at his foreign policy. He has always spoken that.
Look at my notes. He's a right-wing populist. And then we got the beta claim and the Chad material analysis. Let's go.
That I will be a friend to the West in terms of peace, in cooperation, in economic development, but I will not be the friend of the West in waging war, in extending war, occupation of the sovereign people and their territories. So I think to call Imran Khan a right-wing populist is extremely biased, and I think because of the personal hatred that you don't like the guy and his politics. And also, if we look at that, it was the Imran Khan, when he came into power, he extended the hand of peace with India. And he offered the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, that if actually you move one step for peace, Pakistan will move two steps for peace. So if a person who's a populist right-wing, why he would be talking about having peace with India? Why he would be opposing the wars in Afghanistan? Why he would be talking about that we want to have a regional cooperation with Russia, with China, with Iran, but we will not becoming a state that actually been perceived as someone that provides military machines to the West for killing the people for the Western interest. So I think that was a very much clear that he does not carry a right-wing populist ideology the way we see in the context of Trump or Jair Bolsonaro, but also in the case of Narendra Modi. One point that I would love to make it here, that's very interesting because it also makes very much relevant for Pakistani liberals to call Imran Khan a right-wing populist. Again, for identity politics. For example, for most of them, not for all, but for most of them, America is an ideal democracy. So when Trump becomes the president and moves into White House, how they are going to answer to the Pakistani audience that how a democracy has been hijacked by a right-wing white supremacist. And
Right.
similarly, the same constituency of Pakistani liberals argue for peace with India, and how they're going to respond to the Pakistani masses when we see the New Delhi has a right-wing Hindu racist prime minister. So eventually, they will actually come to defend their defense of American democracy and the Indian democracy by equating, look, because we are also having a right-wing populist, so that's why the India and the US are having a right-wing populist. Although there's a hell of difference between Trump, between Modi and Imran Khan. Imran Khan has built his politics, one, as a support star, and second, because of his massive philanthropic work, which includes one cancer hospital and also a university. So I think that's a very much unfair equation And even to you talk to Pakistani masses, they will not be able to understand what does the term right-wing populist mean, in the context, because they see it, they actually see it in the more context of the Pakistani politics. One last point about that, why I don't think he's a right-wing populist, because I think Imran Khan's...
All right, so Marxists, that means what? Mayhaps this person who's writing for Jacobin is more of a Demsoc type. Yep. Is that about right? What do we think about that? That's generally the case, right?
Use of religion and this popular narrative also to be seen in the context of Pakistani politics. For example, Rania, in Pakistani politics, the national ideological narrative has always been dominated by the military. While first time we are seeing that Imran Khan, while using the religion as a national discourse or national narrative and linking it with a kind of welfare state, has pushed the military on the back benches. Otherwise, it was military who used to be claimed to be national narrative in the language of religion. First time we are seeing a civilian having a claim on national narrative and actually disassociating the dominance of military. So this is also a unique perspective that we need to look into the Pakistani politics.
All right, I'm going to dip out there. Let me see if I could just find anything else. Shout out to this hero. Jumped in to stop the assassination attempt. Right place, right time, you know? Dropped your sandwich. Is the video of it? Oh shit. Oh shit. Check this out. This is a video of it. And then one more shot goes off, and this time I think everyone's running like crazy. There were like 10 quick-ass shots. Oh, that person's got shot. Oh, I'm watching it blurred over here, aren't I? Probably for the best. One person goes down. There's no blood, but they go down. I don't like showing that. But yeah, if you're desperate, here's the link. Did I show that? I don't know what I showed, to be honest. Whoops. All right. Whew. That is quite an attempt. My gosh. Be all right. Should be all right. Great job. It's so hard. It's hard to cover this stuff. You want to do it justice? On. Let me cover the world. I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. I'm going to hit the add button if it lets me. And then we're going to pull up Democracy Now! democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Reminder that I got a video. I'm really proud of it. We watched it before the break, before the beginning of the show today, and it's behind my Patreon currently. I want to remind you of that. Please sign up for my Patreon. $3 a month, folks. $3 or more. More is fine. The full episode's there. You can catch it there. Chotley Trap House number 0. It's sort of like it's like almost the beginning. I'm glad to hear that, Dikey Boards. Yeah, homie. They can listen to me. I think I get tired of listening to me sometimes, so that's when I really like my playlist over here. Rev Lo-Fi.
A mutual.
Oh, I just lost my place. I was probably over here. Rev Lo-Fi. This is a good one. That's a good one. That's great for putting on in the background. But hopefully, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if hopefully this is the case with this one. The one me and Karem are doing, this one's like, you got to sit down. I think you got to like pay attention. I'm not sure this is going to be good for the background. Unless you're like, you're just going to listen 100 times and eventually you'll pick everything up. Yeah, it's like everything connects. All right, that's the Pakistan update there. I'm gonna hit the clip though. I'm gonna let you watch a clip. The real good stuff from the video, and we'll come back in a few minutes. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. Grab a beverage, maybe a snack. Make sure you've taken your meds today and you've eaten. I'll be right back. Pop-up blocked.
So we do probably Grey Wolves, Turquez, NATO involvement, the founding of Gladio, the Idealist Hearts, how they turned into the Grey Wolves, funding and financial backing with the trafficking of heroin, terrorist trafficking. Then we talk about what their ambitions are, what they want out of this alliance or this network establishment through NATO under Gladio, and we talk about their pan-Turkist ambitions and beliefs. And we could talk maybe broadly then about how that connects to real time today with like Xinjiang, Syria, Iran. Then we can tie that all back into how that pan-Turkist cause is what they want, and what the West wants is for them to be a training force, a armament force, to be able to call upon foreign fighters, mobilize foreign fighters, import foreign fighters into conflicts that help Western foreign political interests. Mostly really kind of focused around their involvement, as well as like the use of like jihadist groups in Syria, like HTS, for example, really focusing on how Turkey played a hand and role in the annexing of the northern part of Syria, as well as the U.S. annexing another part of the northern eastern part of Syria. The United States kind of using that as a way to take oil, and you have the Turkish part of the annexation where they have used it to import what they've tried to rebrand themselves as freedom fighters, which is HTS, Hayat al-Sham, or Hayat al-Sham. They're led by a former Al-Qaeda warlord. He has tried to kind of do a PR stunt in a way, being rebranded in a way as being this guy that can be for the Turkish government a tool, because he's been someone who has basically agreed on every front with what the West wants to do in Syria. Coincidentally, as well as this group, invited a bunch of other freedom fighters and volunteers, similar to how we've seen in Ukraine, where Al-Qaeda and other remnants of other jihadist groups or other jihadists themselves have joined the fight and completely muddied the waters in Syria.
Generally speaking, we're going to help y'all become Grey Wolves understanders. And if you're not a Grey Wolf understander, by the time you finish listening, either you didn't try hard enough or we didn't do our job. Yeah, that music's got to go. I got to do something else. I literally have zero ideas. Should it just be music or just a sound effect? Sound effects up in here? Let's just pick a sound effect. Here we go. Cinematic whoosh. Perfect. That's actually not bad. How about a clock? Perfect. On 2020. I hate it. No. All right. How about trending now? Which cackle laughter? Cinema drum hit? I just downloaded it. All right, that's not it. But somehow better than the guitar. This is all trending because of Halloween. Recently added. Abandoned Starship Ambience. That's not it. Wait. Somehow that wasn't awful. I don't know, maybe. Right? Space Destroy Whoosh Impact. Jesus. App video game notification 4. No. No. No. How about a Wilhelm stream? No. I could turn this into like a little trumpet. I think that one up there was pretty good. Complete success sound. That is satisfying, I'll be honest. Deep interface whoosh. No. Game over, stage failed, retro. The bassy ones. All right, hold on. What was the one I liked? It's okay. The bassy ones I first... Where did they go? Oh, there's like a bunch of different categories and shit. Where did they go? Gone. Shit. All right. I don't know. I think they went away. When I go to most popular, it seems to be like different than what I was just looking at, right? I don't know how to get back to that thing. I think they're gone forever. Right? No. That bassy one? How about I just use Radiohead's Creep? Yeah, I don't know. This awful? I don't know. This is hard. I really don't know what I'm doing. I think I got to come back to this later. Fuck. This is hard. But there's got to be something that doesn't make me cringe. You know what I mean? Let's just start there. Okay. Did I do the ad yet? I did. I did the ad. No, I didn't hit the ad button. Just play the video. All right, whatever. The ad's going to run automatically then. Okay, then let's do Democracy Now. DemocracyNow.org. The War and Piss Report. Blamey Badman. Away we go. Got a buttons here somewhere. Let's see over here.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Representatives of Ethiopia's government have reached a deal to permanently halt hostilities with people in northern Tigray region. The peace deal announced Wednesday capped a week of African Union-mediated talks in South Africa aimed at bringing an end to the 2-year-old war that sparked one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. Former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo led the negotiations.
The two parties in the Ethiopian conflict have formally agreed to the cessation of hostilities, as well as to systematic, orderly, smooth, and coordinated disarmament.
All parties to the Tigray war have been accused of war crimes. The peace talks did not include Eritrea, whose forces joined Ethiopia's assault on Tigray. Eritrean troops have been accused of massacring hundreds of civilians and other war crimes, including widespread rape, sexual assault, and looting.
This is a conflict I don't have my thumb on.
The United Nations says 5.2 million people in Tigray are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. By some estimates, up to 800,000 people have died as a result of the war, which erupted exactly 2 years ago today. We'll get the latest later in the broadcast. In Ukraine, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has again lost its connection to the power grid after fighting damaged high-voltage lines. Ukraine's national nuclear operator blamed Russia for the outage and said the plant has once again had to rely on backup diesel generators to prevent a radiation disaster. Meanwhile, the UN Security Council's rejected a Russian bid to order an investigation into unsubstantiated claims Ukraine and the U.S. are carrying out military biological operations in violation of an international convention. Only China sided with Russia in approving the resolution Wednesday, with other Security Council members voting against or abstaining. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and other top diplomats from the G7 are meeting in Germany today to discuss support for Ukraine. The meeting comes after the Pentagon confirmed active-duty U.S. military are deployed inside Ukraine and have, quote, resumed on-site inspections to assess weapons stocks. This is Air Force Brigadier General Pat Ryder.
All right, so this is something I don't get. They're finally admitting they got U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine. What are the details on this that they've told us? What have they said? Because this is obviously something that we need to be made aware of. That's an escalation. And come on, if they're admitting it now in November, for how long have they been there? I'm going to say at least 9 months, probably 9 months to 8 years and 9 months. So really, they're just admitting it. But what are the details that they're admitting? They're moving nuclear weapons into Eastern Europe. What could go wrong? Comrade Ross waxing poetically about the Osprey. I'm sure you've worked on these, huh, Ross? Stupid fucking Osprey. Take a hit and roll over like no reason at all. Osprey's killed as many Marines in Afghanistan as the Taliban.
My understanding is they would be well far away from any type of frontline actions. We are relying on the Ukrainians to do that. We're relying on other partners to do that.
What the fuck is going on here? Somehow this is so fucked up, yet it feels like the calm before the storm, right? What is going on? Hey, Karem, what up, homie?
We've been very clear. There are no combat forces in Ukraine, no U.S. forces conducting combat operations in Ukraine.
What is he saying here?
Well far away from any type of frontline actions. We are relying on the Ukrainians to do that. We're relying on other partners to do that. We've been
what's going on here?
Very clear. There are no combat forces in Ukraine, no U.S. forces conducting combat operations in Ukraine. These are personnel that are assigned to conduct security cooperation and assistance as part of the defense attaché.
I'm sorry. I got to get these details and I'm distracted. I'm trying to understand what they're admitting. So that's my question. What are they admitting? Neon Vapor, thanks for gifting one, homie.
My understanding is they would be
His understanding.
Well far away from any type of frontline actions. We are relying on the Ukrainians to do that. We're relying on other partners to do that. We've been very clear. There are no
far from the frontline actions. What?
Combat forces in Ukraine, no U.S. forces conducting combat operations in Ukraine. These are personnel that are assigned to conduct security cooperation and assistance as part of the defense attaché office.
On Wednesday, the UN said some 14 million people have now been forcibly...
So they're telling us now, you know, if you have like a checklist of things that like the U.S. would deny, that checklist is getting shorter and shorter as this conflict goes on. Is that incorrect or not? That's the way to think about what's happening here. So, before they were like, oh, there are no U.S. troops in Ukraine. Now they're like, oh, well, they're far from the frontline actions. Next, they're going to say, oh, well, they're closer to the frontline actions. After that, they say, they're on the front line doing the actions. They say, oh, there's no combat forces. Well, what does that claim escalate to? Oh, there are combat forces, but they're limited. And they're helping in just a few places. From there, they go, oh yeah, well, there's a shit ton of us. They say right now, there's no U.S. personnel conducting combat. That clearly, the next place that argument goes is, yes, they're conducting combat. Right? Come on. They're training Ukrainian forces. They probably got Malcolm and Nance on the ground right now, waterboarding some low-level Russian general. While someone like Dylan Burns turns the camera away. Yeah. 101st Airborne's been over there. They say just over the border in Poland, right? Come on, get out of here. I think the U.S. personnel is training Ukrainian ground troops, probably helping man the missile systems protecting Kiev. Probably, yeah. Yeah. In Poland, yeah. All right. So, this is frightening. How is this not an escalation? How is this not an escalation? All right, let's keep watching here.
Displaced since the February Russian invasion of Ukraine, calling it, quote, the fastest and largest displacement witnessed in decades. In Washington, D.C., a witness testified Wednesday that the head of the far-right Oath Keepers militia tried to contact then-President Trump 4 days after the January 6th Capitol riot to tell him it was not too late to use paramilitary violence to remain in power. Military veteran Jason Alpers told a federal jury he never delivered the message from Oath Keepers founder Stewart Rhodes. Instead, Alpers says he warned the FBI about Rhodes' threats of violence. Jurors also heard audio of Stewart Rhodes declaring that on January 6th, quote, "we should have brought rifles," unquote. Rhodes also said he would have killed House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. He's expected to testify.
Jesus Christ, homies. What is that? Does that mean they had an informant in the Oath Keepers, or they flipped someone? One of the two, right?
Testify today in the trial. With less than a week to go before midterm elections, President Biden warned political violence and lying politicians pose a growing threat to democracy and are putting the United States on a path to chaos.
This intimidation, this violence against Democrats, Republicans, and nonpartisan officials just doing their jobs are the consequence of lies told for power and profit, lies of conspiracy and malice.
What?
Lies repeated over and over to generate a cycle of anger, hate, vitriol, and even violence. In this moment, we have to confront those lies with the truth. The very future of our nation depends on it.
In his prime-time speech at Union Station, just blocks from the Capitol Wednesday evening, President Biden refused to name Donald Trump, but said the former president's lies about the 2020 election results led to violence against election workers and tragic events like the January 6th insurrection and the attack last week on Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. According to the New York Times, over 370 Republican candidates in the midterm elections have questioned or denied the outcome of the 2020 election. New emails shared with the House committee investigating the insurrection reveal Trump's legal team saw Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas as their only chance to help overturn Trump's 2020 election loss. The former president's lawyers wanted to orchestrate events so Thomas would be in a position to cast doubt on Georgia's vote count before Congress proceeded to record electoral votes on January 6th. Meanwhile, Trump lawyer John Eastman warned against lying about having evidence of voter fraud in Georgia, writing, quote, "I have no doubt that an aggressive DA or U.S. attorney will go after both the president and his lawyers once all the dust settles." In Wisconsin, Republican gubernatorial candidate Tim Michels threatened permanent GOP rule if he wins his election.
Republicans will never lose another election in Wisconsin after I'm elected governor.
Michels made the remark during a campaign rally Monday, raising fears he would further crack down on voting rights in the swing state, which has been heavily gerrymandered to favor Republicans and is already governed by a Republican legislature. Conservative Wisconsin lawmakers have introduced hundreds of bills this year restricting voting rights. Incumbent Democratic Governor Tony Evers tweeted in response, "Tim Michels is a danger to our democracy. When you head to the polls on Election Day, remember that we're fighting to protect our democracy, voting rights, and free, fair, and secure elections," unquote. Federal prosecutors have granted immunity to a close associate of former President Trump in exchange for his testimony. Kash Patel will appear before a federal grand jury to answer questions about Trump's mishandling of classified documents after the FBI recovered hundreds of records, including many marked top secret, when agents carried out a search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in August. Patel previously claimed Trump declassified the documents when he left the White House. Meanwhile, some top strategists are expecting Attorney General Merrick Garland to pursue an indictment of former President Trump within 60 to 90 days after Election Day. That's according to the newspaper The Hill, which reports an indictment would most likely be for Trump's violations of the Espionage Act in connection with the Mar-a-Lago documents. The U.S. Federal Reserve has ordered the sharpest interest rate hikes since the 1980s. On Wednesday, Chair Jerome Powell announced the Fed's fourth consecutive 0.75-point increase and warned further hikes may be necessary. Powell said the Fed's overarching goal remains bringing inflation under control, even as he acknowledged the rate increases now look likely to trigger a recession.
My colleagues and I are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. We have both the tools that we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses.
The Fed's actions have pushed mortgage rates to their highest level in 20 years and threatened to end a period of historically low unemployment. Liz Shuler, president of the AFL-CIO, Federation of Labor Unions, said, quote, working people should not be the target of lowering inflation. It should be corporations that are earning record profits. Israeli troops have killed 2 Palestinians in separate incidents in the occupied Palestinian territories. In the West Bank, Israeli troops shot and killed 42-year-old Daoud Mahmoud Khalil Rayon as they raided a home of a man accused of ramming his car into an Israeli soldier. Elsewhere, Israeli authorities in occupied East Jerusalem say they shot and killed a Palestinian man who stabbed a police officer, they said, lightly wounding him. This comes as Benjamin Netanyahu is set to reclaim his former role as prime minister after a tally of late results from Israel's election showed his far-right coalition with a nearly insurmountable lead. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has been shot and injured during a rally in Punjab province. Khan's supporters say he escaped an assassination attempt but was struck in the leg. Imran Khan was 6 days into a high-profile journey from Lahore to Islamabad to call on the government to hold a snap election after he was removed from power in April. In Florida, a judge has sentenced Parkland school shooter Nicholas Cruz to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Cruz killed 17 people in a 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Ahead of Wednesday's sentencing, survivors and victims' families were given an opportunity to confront Cruz directly in the classroom. This is Samantha Fuentes, a former classmate of Cruz, a survivor of the massacre.
You were a hateful bigot. With an AR-15 and a God complex. You still are, minus the gun. You might have everyone else fooled, but not me, because this is personal. Racism is not a mental illness. Perfectly planned and articulated manifestos and plans are not characteristics of the sickly or the mentally unhinged.
Samantha Fuentes and other survivors of the attack have become prominent gun control advocates, speaking in court yesterday. In Jackson, Mississippi, federal and state officials have declared the city's water supply to be in compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act. This follows a boil water advisory across Jackson that lasted nearly 7 weeks after flooding on the Pearl River led to a system-wide failure of the city's water supply in August. On Monday, hundreds of Jackson residents rallied outside the governor's mansion to hold the state of Mississippi accountable for the water crisis. The protest was led by Bishop William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign.
Majority black and brown and low-income communities are left to suffer the devastating consequences of crumbling, outdated water infrastructure.
And in Michigan, residents of Flint have asked a judge to intervene once again in their long-running campaign to replace the lead pipes that led to the mass poisoning of Flint's water supply, as well as a deadly outbreak of Legionnaire's disease. It's the 5th time in 6 years community groups have asked a court to enforce an agreement requiring the city to take action. Melissa Mays, organizer with the group Flint Rising, said, quote, the people of Flint won't tolerate any more broken promises from the city, which is under a federal court order to get the lead pipes out of the ground and somehow still can't get the job done, she said. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
All right. Really sad I can't get my little chat highlights to highlight. Oh well. You got an abstract bagel slicer tattoo? Oh. That's interesting, homie. Looks pretty cool. Did it go? Yesterday? In a way that looks like it didn't take too long. How long did that take? I would guess 2 hours. 2 hours? Hopefully that heals up good. That's a cool look. 2.5. Wow. Pretty close. Go.
This is...
They got Matt Duss and Ray McGovern. I don't know who that is. Former CIA analyst. Jesus Christ. Matt Duss, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He's going to shill for Empire. And Ray McGovern, former CIA analyst. Come on here. They're going to have them debate how to end the war in Ukraine. What the fuck are they doing over there? Doesn't seem like it's worth my time to check that out. What are they doing over there? Yeah. All right. Let's Democracy Now! Again, we've already covered Imran Khan getting shot. Talked about the 2022 coup. When was that again? When was that? February? Donald Luby cooing. All right. I can't highlight. They gotta go. Oh, let me try one thing. Just close all of my Chromes, my Chrome tabs, and restarting Chrome. You see the NATO nerds shitting on Pope Francis after he tweeted about a diplomatic end to the Ukrainian war? No. Cannot highlight comments today. Sucks. It's really sad. Okay. So let's see what's on your radar. These two videos by Prolocult. Capitalism's Global Food Crisis for Peace on the Imperialist War in Ukraine. I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. Got another one, 41 minutes? Maybe. Any news out of Myanmar? I'm not too close on those details. I don't want nuclear war, but it's going to be real hilarious to watch the NAFO nerds melt down in real time. All right, so here's Aaron Good. Gotten a real kick out of seeing this photo of a page of my book going around Twitter for the last couple days. Just part of one page out of 300 plus. U.S. empire is so much darker and crazier than people know. So they're replying to holy fucking fuck. Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, HSBC. Oh. There it is. Has a uniquely drug-centric history. It was founded in 1865 after the Second Opium War. The peace treaty forced China to legalize the opium trade, whereupon HSBC became the largest commercial bank in quasi-colonial King China. Sing, how do you say that? Qing. Someone phoneticize that for me. HSBC, the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, became the biggest commercial bank in quasi-colonial Qing, China. Thank you. All right, the netherworlds of dark money. Welcome in, Young Spinach. In addition to all these banks, there are other financial conduits of the deep state. Ooh, deep state. You know me. Yeah. Okay. It is. Ch. Following World War II, a number of significant channels were established. The Marshall Plan had a secret codicil, that's another new word for me, that provided funds for covert operations to be carried out by the CIA's Office of Policy Coordination, OPC. These monies, often channeled through foundations like Ford, Rockefeller, with OPC personnel moving between intelligence and foundation positions. Oh yeah. 5% of Marshall Plan funds, around $685 million, was diverted to fund these operations, which included the creation of false front orgs, propaganda campaigns, the creation of unlawful underground orgs, the infiltration of civil society, especially labor unions. Part of these funds went to the support of Nightingale, a Nazi-created guerrilla army in Ukraine, which during the war had carried out thousands of murders in pursuit of its ultranationalist goals. All right, Nightingale. That's sort of new to me. I don't recognize that. I got to read this book. In addition, the U.S. used $10 million of recovered Axis funds in the CIA's first covert operation. Successful campaign to determine the outcome of Italy's 48 election. What happened then? Hold on, let me just... Yeah. Codicil refers to a group. Nightingale. Nightingale. Nachtigall. Nachtigall. Nightingale. AKA the Nightingale Battalion Group. Subunit under the command of German Abwehr Special Ops Unit La Regiment Brandenburg, ZBV 800. Foreign German nationals who were convinced Nazi volunteers, constituent members who had lived abroad and were proficient in foreign languages, as well as being familiar with the way of life in the area of operations where they were deployed. Wait, wow. Interesting. All right. It was composed of volunteer Ukrainians operating under Stepan Bandera's OUN orders. Oh, so they did the... They do the genocide. Nazis. Nazis all the way down. First company of the Nachtigall Battalion left Lviv with the Brandenburgers on July 7th in the direction of Zolochiv. The remainder of the unit joined later during their eastward march towards Zolochiv, Ternopil, and Vinnytsia. The unit participated in action against Stalin Line, where some of its members who were awarded by the Germans. They were awarded by the Germans. During the march at 3 villages in Vinnytsia region, all Jews which were met were shot. "600 members of their organization had received military training and had battle experience, and these men took positions as instructors and commanders in the structure of the newly formed Ukrainian Insurgent Army." Stepan Bandera wrote, "The end of OUN was such. The revolutionary columns were commanded by Roman Shukevich, with a small party of officers who had not only undergone military training, but had come to a clear understanding of military tactics. Most importantly, they brought with them an understanding of organization, strategies, and tactics of partisan fighting, and the German method of dealing with partisan groups. This knowledge was very useful in the formation and activities of the UPA and in its future conflicts." Yeah. I think that's the general understanding, Karem. But this sort of helps to crystallize that understanding, right? Like, our understanding of Azov is that they're sort of like a direct evolution of these Nazi collaborating Ukrainians fighting against, at that time, Soviet Russians, the Red Army. And of course they hated communists and they hated Jews. Just regular old Nazi shit. But while this whole understanding is established in my mind, as in like the dots connect from Bandera and OUNB, I've never heard of this Nachtigal group. So this sort of helps crystallize this understanding. As in, I'm somewhat tangentially understanding of most of a lot of this stuff, but I'm not sure I would call myself like an expert or anything. You know, there are always people who will know volumes more information than I do. However, Shukevich, they were mentioning him here. Shukevich became a commander from the Legion, from the OUNR side. Shukevich here, one of the commanders of Nachtigal Battalion. A Hauptmann. Main guy, main man. A Hauptmann of the German Schutzmannschaft, 2001. Ukrainian Auxiliary Police Battalion formed by Nazi Germany. The real bad dude. Okay, and he's and a military leader of the UPA and one of the perpetrators of the Galizia Volhynia massacres of approximately 100,000 Poles. Not sure I understand like the whole chain of command of how everything fits. I don't have like a map in my mind of what's what exactly. So I'm trying to determine, like, OUNB. UP, yeah. In my mind, I don't really separate these things, you know? And then we got this Naxtagal group. It all sounds like the same. Just Nazi collaborating Ukrainians, but that's not a full dialectical understanding. That's not the whole thing. So I got more to learn. Yeah, I know we touched on this, but it's like it didn't stick in my head. But now I think I get it. Naxtagal, it's up there. Yeah, I know we touched on this stuff. And of course, I learn through repetition. Especially if I'm not taking notes and reviewing them. You know, we just go over so much information in one day. I cannot keep it up there in my head. All right. All right, so the massacre of Poles in the spring of 43, OUNB's UPA launched a campaign of murder and expulsion against the Polish population of Volhynia. All right, so OUNB's UPA, so that's the chain of command there. And in early 44, against the Poles in eastern Galicia. Is that how you say that? This was done as a preemptive strike in expectation of another Polish-Ukrainian conflict over the disputed territories, which were internationally recognized as part of Poland in 23. It's 100 fucking years ago. Polish government in exile wanted to restore eastern Polish borders beyond the Curzon line, an aim that was also supported by promises from Western allies. The Ukrainian majority in eastern Galicia, which was promised autonomy, initially considered the Polish administration that followed the Peace of Riga and the Polish-Soviet War to be illegitimate. But after 1923, most Ukrainians grudgingly accepted Polish rule as a fact they could not change and focused on increasing their autonomy. Ukrainians in general were opposed to the Polish regime, and all Ukrainian political movements had independence from Poland as a goal. Ukrainians took two approaches towards independence. The mainstream parties avoided violence and sought the goal of independence through gradual legal means focused on preserving Ukrainians' limited rights. The OUN sought to use terror and violence in opposition to the Polish government. OUN regarded Galicia and Volhynia as ethnic Ukrainian territory that should be included in a future restored Ukrainian republic. It's estimated 100,000 Poles were killed by the Ukrainian nationalists during the conflict. 300,000 made refugees as a result of the ethnic cleansing. I've not touched on these details, have I? According to Timothy Snyder, 40,000 to 60,000 Polish civilians were killed by the UPA in Volhynia in 43, and some 25,000 in eastern Galicia. Conversely, killings of Ukrainians by Poles resulted in between 10,000 and 12,000 deaths in Volhynia, eastern Galicia, and present-day Polish territory. Sienkiewicz commanded the UPA during the summer of 43, when tens of thousands of Poles were massacred. However, the initiator of these massacres, Dmytro Klyakivsky, all right. This is the most directly responsible dude. Never knew this. Looks like Bandera. Makes me wonder if, like, some of these guys have had busts that we've seen and we've thought it was Bandera, but it's him. You know when they say glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes? Yeah. Anyways. After the joint Nazi and Soviet attack on Poland, eastern Poland was occupied by the Soviet Union. Klyakivsky, arrested by the Soviets, sentenced to death in Lviv, was commuted to 10 years of incarceration. He escaped in 41. Hello, I'm Slava. Check that out, homie. He escaped, and there was a NATO helicopter right outside the... Anyways. All I wanna be is El Chatli. Member of the Directorate of the OUN in Lviv, regional leader of OUN from January 42, member of leadership of OUN, first commander of the UPA, Ukrainian Insurgent Army from 43, given the rank of major, regional commander in 44. The massacres in the polls. He's regarded as the initiator. But again, it's under these other guys, their direction, right? Seems like the fall guy. Come on, man. Wait. What? Homies. There's a monument to this guy. This Ukrainian Orthodox bishop's sprinkling it with holy water right now, surrounded by these right sector flags. Those are right sector flags. Because I think it's got the right sector logo. It's hard to tell. Those are OUNB inspired flags with the right, I think the right sector logo. I can't tell. What is going on there? They've got a fucking memorial to this guy. This might be one of those things that where you're like, oh, it looks like Bandera, but it's actually somehow someone worse. Wow. When they say glory to the heroes, when they say, hello, I'm Slava, this is what they're saying. Glory to these guys. That is off the charts. I can't believe I just saw that. I was not expecting it. How did I get there? Wow. We are down the rabbit hole. Dimitro. This is a real bad guy. They got a fucking monument to him. Get out of here. Do me like this. Let me put this in here. The fuck? Yeah, it makes Bandera look more reasonable. Isn't that fucking weird, dude? New Yorker piece from 2010. This is when you could still write pieces like this. Right? Incoming Ukrainian president will have to turn some attention to history, because the outgoing one just made a hero of the long-dead Ukrainian fascist by conferring the highest state honor of Hero of Ukraine upon Stepan Bandera. Viktor Yushchenko provoked protests from the chief rabbi of Ukraine, President of Poland, many of his own citizens. It's no wonder Bandera aimed to make of Ukraine a one-party fascist dictatorship without national minorities. Are we sure that's changed? During World War II, his followers killed many Poles and Jews. Why would Yushchenko, the leader of Democratic Orange Revolution, wish to rehabilitate such a figure? Bandera, who spent years in Polish and Nazi confinement, died at the hands of Soviet KGBs. For some Ukrainians, a symbol of the struggle for independence during the 20th century. Dude, he's just another fucking Nazi that the Soviets killed. And they celebrate him. He's a fucking Nazi. The framing of this is really weird. It makes him seem like he's a victim of the Soviets and not a... This is honestly coming off like Nazi sympathy. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to read the whole thing here. What are these guys? Are they like wearing the old outfits of the UPA or something? All right. Wait, no. Yeah. Okay, I'm down the rabbit hole there. What's up? Yeah, right. Ukrainian Red Cross is tied to that guy? Oh, no. This is not good. It's Nazis all the way down, homies. It's Nazis all the way down. All right, this is interesting. This is what brought us down the rabbit hole here. Nachtigall, Nightingale. Nazi-created guerrilla army in Ukraine. During the war, carried out thousands of murders in pursuit of its ultra-nationalist goals. And now, the United States is sending billions of dollars of arms into the same region, ending up into the same hands, into some of these people still hold this ideology. What could go wrong? I simply don't know.
There were other unintended consequences, as we know.
We'll see. Okay. So, what did you learn, chat? Nightingale Battalion. Dmitro. Klyakivsky. Ferret King, welcome in, homie. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let me wrap my head around what I want to do today. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to run the ad like I forgot to last time, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Stick around, please. We'll be right back. Play Perenni.
Not to defend it from foreign invasion, because Uruguay is not going to invade Bolivia, because Taiwan isn't going to be invaded by the Philippines. But they need those big armies to defend their rulers from their own people, because those people are in such a state of immiseration. So that's where our foreign aid goes. And as someone once said, foreign aid is when the poor people, that's us, of a rich country, give money to the rich people of a poor country. And when Kenneth Boulding gets up and he says, an economist, and you can see when you get brilliant people like Kenneth Boulding speaking so naively, you can see the troubles you get into, the swamps you go into, the baby talk, silliness you get into when you think without Marx, when you think without class analysis. And Kenneth Boulding says, one of America's leading economists, he says, empire is irrational because it costs more than what we get out of it. The British, it cost them more in India than what they got out of it. The American investment in the Philippines is only about $3.5 billion, but we had to give them about $6 billion in aid. It costs us more than what we get out of it. And that's when you think without a class analysis. Because as we know, as you're going to know before the evening's over, that it's very profitable. Because the people who have the $3 billion investment aren't the same ones as the people who paid the $6 billion. As Thorsten Veblen said back in 1909, and Boulding should have read him even if he is a Marxist, as Veblen said, the wealth that's extracted from imperialism goes into the coffers of the select few, whereas the costs of empire are paid out of the common treasure of the people. And so it was with the British Empire in India. It was the Brits, the ordinary working people, who paid for the cost of empire. It was the Bank of England and the East India Trading Company that got the cream. And so with the Philippines, right? Of course, with a good skim to your collaborator, your comprador there, what he got just in shoes. For his wife. God knows his shoes for his girlfriends. Okay. Another resource in the third world that attracts capital investment. And you say to yourself, what is that mysterious resource? I'm looking at El Salvador, right? And I'm looking at the companies that are in El Salvador. And I look and I see Pillsbury, Procter & Gamble, U.S. Steel, Continental, ITT, Firestone, Ford. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, what the hell's in El Salvador? Little Sugar, Bananas. What are all these companies doing there? What they're doing is they're manufacturing everything from energy rods to baking powder, from auto tires to computers. They're in El Salvador because of a very precious resource in El Salvador, which is the cheap labor, which is paying people 50 cents an hour. Instead of having to pay auto workers $15 an hour up here, you go down there and you pay them 15 cents or 50 cents an hour. That becomes a very attractive thing. And you go to South Korea. New York Times had a story about the South Korean farm girls who work in the textile companies that used to be in New England until they moved south. And then when the Southern workers unionized, they moved to South Korea, where there's a nice fascist little country where if the workers try to unionize, they get beaten up and thrown in jail or they get shot dead. And the Korean farm girls in those textile compounds are working for 18 cents an hour. 18 cents an hour for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. No time off. And if you want a day off, you work a double shift if you want to go see your family again on the farm. And they live in compounds. That's the Industrial Revolution. That's 1870s. But that's big profit. And that's what they call capital investment, development, friendly nation, staunch ally, good relations, stabilization, stability. And General Motors, when they tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that they've got to pave over Detroit and they've got to close down factories because the cars aren't selling as well as they should, what they don't tell you is that in the last 10 years, General Motors has opened up a dozen new factories in other countries for the reasons I just talked about. So here's another resource. This, in fact, is the key resource, the resource which is the source of wealth, along with natural resources, which is labor. Because one thing about labor, it's one of the commodities of production. It's the one commodity that does not use up its own value entirely in that process of production. It creates wealth. Now there's another development, though, that's come with all of this. And that other development is that revolutionary movements have been emerging all around the world, these competing social orders. And so they must be targeted. Now, the United States has given a number of reasons for why, Ronald Reagan has most vividly recently, for why we must go on with our military buildup and our intervention in third world, why we must attack countries like Nicaragua, why we must oppose guerrilla movements in El Salvador, why we must try to overthrow Afghanistan, Angola.
All right. Thank you. Here we are. Y'all doing okay? I think I'm almost at that point where I want to start digging into some stuff. Yeah. Karam, thanks for posting that last one. That was good. Watch this. It's 40 minutes. Quick Bereni video? All right, I can do quick.
Conspiracy theory is a term that's used whenever anybody ascribes conscious intent to people with power. So I can say to you that school teachers are concerned about their salaries, and they're organizing, and they're threatening a strike, and they're pressuring. I can say to you that farmers are doing this and looking for subsidies and facing certain policies. But the minute I say to you that the very people at the top, the plutocracy, the very rich and powerful, the ones who own most of America, that they are consciously pursuing power and wealth, someone will come along and say, what do you have, a conspiracy theory? Or they'll say, oh, you're cynical or you're paranoid. Their view is that stuff just happens. Things just happen, unintended consequences, or our leaders are stupid and they're jerks, or they're confused and they don't know any better. And of course, the critic knows much better than everybody else. People who operate in this world operate with intent. There's no such thing as imperialism without imperialists. There's no such thing as capitalism without capitalists. There's no such thing as rulers who are somnambulists who walk around in their sleep. You watch out for your interests. You watch out and you make calculations. What makes you think that David Rockefeller doesn't? What makes you think that the people at the top don't do it? And what makes you think they don't collude and organize? Oh, what do you think? You have a group of people who sit around in a room and they plan this? And I always say, oh no, God, they don't sit around in a room. They meet on carousels and they go up and down merry-go-rounds, or they meet skydiving and they hold hands and they argue. Of course they sit in rooms. Where the hell else are they going to meet?
So good at that. What did he just do? Wow. Really good. The Lenin anti-Semitism video? No. For real, that video's fire through and through. He's got like a whole talk. I gotta find that full video. I'll turn it into a Rev Lo-Fi. Sometimes you hit the weed. Sometimes it hits you. Maybe we did. I like nice short videos.
Антисемитизмом называется
распространение
вражды к евреям.
That deep fake, right? What the fuck am I looking at here?
Антисемитизмом называется распространение вражды к евреям. Когда проклятая царская монархия доживала свое последнее время, она старалась натравить темных рабочих и крестьян на евреев. Царская полиция в союзе с помещиками и капиталистами устраивала еврейские погромы. Ненависть измученных нуждой рабочих и крестьян помещики и капиталисты старались направить на евреев. И в других странах приходится видеть нередко, что капиталисты разжигают вражду к евреям, чтобы засорить глаза рабочих, чтобы отвлечь их взоры от настоящего врага трудящихся, от капитала. Вражда к евреям держится прочно только там, где кабала помещиков и капиталистов создала беспросветную темноту рабочих и крестьян. Только совсем темные, совсем забитые люди могут верить лжи и клевете, распространяемой против евреев. Это остатки старого, крепостного времени, когда попы заставляли сжигать еретиков на кострах, когда существовало рабство крестьян, когда народ был задавлен и безгласен. Эта старая крепостническая темнота проходит. народ становится зрячим. Не евреи враги трудящих, враги рабочих, капиталисты всех стран. Среди евреев есть рабочие, труженики, их большинство. Они наши братья по угнетению капиталом, наши товарищи по борьбе за социализм. Среди евреев есть кулаки, эксплуататоры, капиталисты, как и среди русских, как и среди всех наций. Капиталисты стараются посеять и раздеть вражду между рабочими разной веры, разной нации, разной расы. На розни рабочих держится сила и власть капитала. Богатые евреи, как и богатые русские, как и богачи всех стран, в союзе друг с другом давят, гнетут, грабят, разъединяют рабочих. Позор проклятому царизму, мучившему и преследовавшему евреев. Позор тем, кто сеет вражду к евреям, кто сеет ненависть к другим нациям. Да здравствует братское доверие и боевой союз рабочих всех наций в борьбе за свержение капитала.
Oof. Nailed it. Oh my God. Damn, homie.
Антисемитизмом называют...
Nice. Thank you. That's awesome. Any other quick takes? Ugh, I don't want to watch this. I just don't want to. World War II, imperialism, competitive tensions, energy crisis, competitive tension, Russia's political character, fascism in Ukraine, global food crisis, military parity. What does parity mean? Parity. Good, Lennon. Let's go to the conclusion. Yeah.
Peace.
Related to comparison. Equality.
Land.
Compared to.
Bread.
Equal. Okay.
Capitalism is today incapable of ensuring any of these fundamental needs for human survival. Indeed, as the war in Ukraine and the looming threat of nuclear confrontation indicate, the continuation of the capitalist system today threatens human extinction. Whilst war is the most extreme expression of this, we must remember Clausewitz's observation that war is politics by other means. With the latest report from the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change arguing that the climate crisis has now progressed beyond any hope of simple mitigation.
Whoops.
It is clear that today capitalism as a whole represents a politic of extinction. The threat of the bomb has grown on this basis. To stand against this necessitates carving a path independent from and in opposition to either side of the warring hostile brothers which confront us. Whilst Lenin's strategy of revolutionary defeatism, developed in response to the First World War, does not contain the same tactical meaning as it did in 1914. The absence of developed in response to the First World War does not contain the same tactical confront us.
Right.
Whilst Lenin's strategy of revolutionary defeatism.
I don't know what that means.
Developed in response to the First World War does not contain the same tactical meaning as it did in 1914. The absence of conscription and the immaturity of our workers' movement blunting its implications for organising. Its essential points stand. Communists today must both work for the defeat of imperialism in their own countries and clearly denounce and explain the motivations of all belligerents. To betray either point is to turn one's back upon the international solidarity necessary in any sincere communist politic. Upon this, we must be clear, for the stakes and the urgency of our struggle have never been greater. As food and energy crises, war and climate destruction wind through the capitalist globe, we must respond in kind. Wherever there is hunger, we must patiently explain that it is the capitalist who has stolen the bread. Wherever the earth is desecrated, we must make clear that it is capitalism which has salted the soil. Where bombs bloom or bullets rain, we must make clear that the imperialists, who at first glance seem so utterly divided, are united in their war for our skin. There are no shortcuts or compromises possible, nor any other prospect of real peace. These are the stakes: socialism or extinction.
God damn, dude. What in the fuck? Alright, I might watch the full thing. I don't know. I'm glad I didn't. I just simply don't have the time. But, seems spot on. Yeah, I bet it's good. Yeah. Checks out, you know? It's just long. I'm glad we watched that. I'm glad we watched the conclusion. Yeah. Absolutely checks out. What do I want to get into today? We do some Grey Wolves. Rem and I are going to be talking tonight about it, so I gotta come up with our plan. I gotta make sure I understand the plan. So let me listen again to the plan.
So we do probably great.
Here, Karem's about to spell it out for us. So this is going to be for Chotley Trap House number 1. Number 1. I call the last episode number 0. Here we go.
So we do probably Grey Wolves, Turquez, NATO involvement, the founding of Gladio, the Idealist Hearts, how they turned into the Grey Wolves, funding and financial backing with the trafficking of heroin, terrorist trafficking. Then we talk about what their ambitions are, So we do probably Grey Wolves, Turquez, NATO involvement, the founding of Gladio, the Idealist Hearts, how they turned into the Grey Wolves, funding and financial backing with the trafficking of heroin, terrorist trafficking. Then we talk about what their ambitions are, what they want out of this alliance or this network establishment through NATO under Gladio, and we talk about their pan-Turkist ambitions and beliefs. And we could talk maybe broadly then about how that connects to real time today with like Xinjiang, Syria, Syria, Iran, then we can tie that all back into how that pan-Turkish cause is what they want, and what the West wants is for them to be a training force, a armament force, to be able to call upon foreign fighters, mobilize foreign fighters, import foreign fighters into conflicts that help Western foreign political interests.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's it. Turkish. There's an easy way to change that. Every time I gotta look it up. Turkish. But now it's gonna be small and all the other letters. Oh my god. Joke. Give me the big one. U umlaut. Turkish. And it's Chatli? How do you say Abdullah Chatli? How do people say it?
Kimileri tarafından uyuşturucu kaçakçısı, azılı bir katil, kimileri için
Was that it? Katli?
ise vatan aşkıyla bedel ödeyen ve devletine hizmet eden bir kahraman olan
Are VODs down? I heard they were down yesterday.
1 Haziran 1956 tarihinde Nevşehir'de doğan Abdullah Çatlı'nın annesinin adı
How do they say that? I don't know if I trust this.
Abdullah Chatlı.
Chatla? Chatla? Because it's like not an I with a dot. It's like a different character than the one I'm used to seeing. Chatla? Chatla. With Ukraine, are we witnessing the West slowly losing its hegemony? I don't know. We're watching the West not wanting to lose it. We're witnessing the West trying to pull Ukraine into its sphere of influence. Succeeding to an extent, but also having lost a big portion of Ukraine. It's as if Russia said, well, all right, if you're going to fuck around, you're going to find out. And who fucking knows what's going to happen next? They're going to stick nukes, more and more nukes, right on Russia's border. All at the same time, they're like, Russia's escalating. Taking U.S. troops on the ground. They're finally coming out and admitting it, right? Only a matter of time before the U.S. boots on the ground are like on the front lines, and they're admitting it. That'll be happening soon, right? They'll be admitting it soon. It's probably, we know it's happening. We can know it without having seen it ourselves. That's one of those things you can have a certain degree of confidence in. It's sort of fair to say we know they're everywhere. Kidding me? West is essentially empowering pawns, which can very well plan to make their own empires great again. Yeah. All right. So what I want to do right now, spend a little bit of time thinking about this. If I could find articles and stuff and videos, that'd be super great. So I don't know. I feel like I'm in editing and deep dive mode here. I'm sort of editing. Where's the sound effects? Are the sounds gone right now? Have sound effects been broken all day? Have I been liking that? Wow.
Wow.
So, what's the deal? Bunch of pawns attacking pieces in power, but racing to also become kings and powerful pieces at the end of the board. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Al Jilani. That video we watched yesterday was incredible. We get back to YouTube. All right. Check this out. I got this tool, which does these things. First of all, I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to select this part of the screen. No, it needs to be bigger. Boom. And I'm going to hit the record button. Going to scroll automatically. No, it's not. It's not doing it. I might have reset it. Why did that happen? Window. Duration. Delay. All right. Let's try that again, huh? Shit the bed. So select this part of the screen. Right here. Boom. Try that again. Yeah, there it goes. Scroll. Why did it stop? Hey guys. That was weird. It's not working right now. Man, we were having so much fun. I was doing this yesterday. What's up, Staves? Hey, homie. There's a former CIA guy in Democracy Now! Who made the argument that Germany may switch to the Russian side. I wonder what the likelihood of something like that happening. Hey, Present Radio. The CIA analyst arguing with Bernie's... We might have to watch that. Arguing with Bernie's former foreign aid guy. Former foreign policy guy who now works for the Carnegie Institute. The Carnegie Institute, which gives money to the NED. I might watch that. I don't know. I think it's just going to make me mad. And I honestly, I think I just need to stay focused. I got stuff here that I got to work on. This does not seem to be working the way that I like this to work. It was working so great yesterday when I was doing this. Add a scroll animation. It's gonna duration 1. Delay 0. Okay, it should last 10 seconds, and I have a 1 second delay. I think I just had it backwards. I was confused. All right, let's try this again. Full screen. Start up here. Boom. It's not doing it. Maybe it's confused what part of the screen to be scrolling. This might just be a weird website. Let me try one more time. This is cool when it works, I promise you. This is how I got all those effects. Duration 10 seconds. Delay 1. All right. Can I just play it? Play. Oh, damn it. I didn't go to... I think it just doesn't like this website. Sucks. Oh, borked. All right. Select a preset. He's in, out. Why are you doing this? Like scoots, but then it doesn't move. Okay. It's not working. I really wanted to make that work. It's been working so well. How about if I start here? I end there. Close Chrome. All right, I'm really fucking around too much these days. Duration 10 seconds, delay 1 second. Duration, delay. What happens when I hit play? Nothing. This I think this website doesn't want to play along. Let me pick a different website. Play. This is what normally happens. And I'm able to do that and I hit the record button and it gives me really great things. But okay. I think it's just something on this website. I don't know. Oh. I think I got it. Maybe I do a mouse event so that it can scroll. All right. And then add a scroll animation. Maybe. One more try. One more try. I feel like we're getting closer. Oops. Okay. Scroll here. Boom. Let's see what happens. Big money, big money. It was wrong. I'm getting closer though. 10 seconds, delay for 1 second. All right. I think that was it. Record. No, it's not working. God, I hate this. After 10 seconds, it's going to zip to the bottom. Watch this. I don't want that. That's not what I want. Honestly, it feels like these are backwards today. 1, 10. Let's see what happens. Whoops. That's not it either. Fuck, man. I'm like real confused today. This is working real nice yesterday. Working real nice yesterday. Try one of these other codecs or something. For bearing with me. This content sucks. I'll be honest. This is not my best. This doesn't work. It's the web page, and I'm done. Working. Not working. Yep, that's it. I really wanted this to work. Really wanted this to work. So dumb. Maybe it was that effect I picked. I think I may have switched the effect. Let me try one more time. This is the last try. Play. That's how it's supposed to work. Almost. It stopped working. God. Did you see that? Keeps doing that thing. All right. Clearly it's just borked. I'm a big dumb idiot. Play. And then it stops. I think it's because this... Okay. Check this out. I'm going to nuke that bit. I nuked it. Let's try again. Do you see when, like, something up there hides itself? It gets tricky. All right. All right. Here we go. 10 seconds, 1 delay. Go. Keeps stalling out right there, so I don't know. There's something with the website. I fucking hate it. What a dumb website. Who does this? In the report. Really needed that to work. That was going to be so Alright. Fuck this website. I hate it. Okay. I just need something like maybe news. Talking about idealist hearths. But they probably wouldn't be talking about them. Thing.
Kimileri tarafından uyuşturucu
Sorry. They got this other name. Ulku Okaklari. Right? Fuck, man. My notes. Idealist hearths. Grey wolves. Buskirtler. All right. So here's what I'm on the lookout for. I'm on the lookout for like pictures, video, articles of any of these things. That I can use as like B-roll. Stuff like that. Let's do Idealist Hearths right now. Idealist Hearths. They eventually turn into evolve. They evolve into the Grey Wolves. We're talking 70s here, huh? '70s? Oh, 60s. '60s and the '70s. Right. I wanted to catch this. Full name. I can't even come close, homies. Ulku, Okaklari, Egitim, Ve Kultur, Vakfi. Vakfi. That I again, without the dot. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work. And sadly, this really sucks. They make a WebM. When I do that, the plugin creates a WebM file, which I have to turn into an MP4. I'm going to do that later. I'm just going to collect them and do that at the end of the day. All right. Read through this. MHP leader Devlet Bahçeli extended in early August an invitation to his archival Merak Akşener, chairwoman of the Good Party, to come back home. Erdogan, who's been in unofficial coalition with the MHP for the last 4 years, publicly supported the invitation as reasonable. Erdogan said that for a party we view as native and national, it would not be appropriate to walk hand in hand with terror organizations. What? Yeah, puzzling. Okay, the Good Party is an offshoot of the MHP. MHP is the political wing of the Grey Wolves, yeah? We got this Good Party over here. Good Party. Offshoot of the MHP. Cadres share similar ideological roots as ultra-nationalists, many of whom referred to as Grey Wolves or idealist hearths. Support their similar roots. Opposition to Erdogan and his Islamism also factored into the split. All right. All right. A lot of the Grey Wolves' indoctrination and spread comes from youth organizations and social organizations like summer camps and cultural programs. Makes you wonder where the Azov people got the idea, right? Did I grab that last one? Yes, I did. Okay. You picking up on what I'm doing here? Going to Marxist summer camp? Let's go. France has banned them. This is them doing their little gray wolf sign. I think we got to talk about the she-wolf thing. Right? Asina, the name of a she-wolf associated with the Oghuz Turkic Foundation myth. Ancestress of the Göturks, is also a she-wolf, mentioned yet unnamed in two different wolf tales recorded by Chinese chroniclers. The legend of Asina tells of a young boy who survived a battle. A female wolf finds the injured child and nurses him back to health. The she-wolf, impregnated by the boy, escapes her enemies by crossing the Western Sea to a cave near the Choco Mountains and city of the Tocharians, giving birth to 10 half-wolf, half-human boys. A fuck? Of these, Yiji Nishido becomes their leader, establishes the Ashina clan. Hey guys. Ashina clan, a Turkic-speaking tribe, the ruling dynasty of the Göturks. Ruled over the Göturk and other Turkic nomadic empires. What in the fuck? Excuse me. Oh, this is Boss Kurtler. Oh my god, what is going on? There's just too much, simply too much here. I'm gonna talk about this for sure. Werewolves, man. Wolves a common motif in the foundational mythologies and cosmologies of people throughout Eurasia and North America. Responding to the historical extent of the habitat of the gray wolf. The obvious attribute of the wolf is its nature of a predator. Correspondingly, it's strongly associated with ferocity, loyalty, sharp intelligence, and appetite for freedom. Appetite for freedom. What the fuck, dude? Citation needed. Making it the symbol of the warrior on one hand and that of the devil on the other. Modern trope of the big bad wolf is the development of this. The mythology of the Turkic peoples, the wolf's a revered animal. In the Turkic mythology, wolves were believed to be the ancestors of people. The legend of Ashina. The legend of Ashina is an old Turkic myth, tells of how the Turkic people were created. Northern China, a small Turkic village was raided by Chinese soldiers, but one small baby was left behind. Oh my god, dude. An old she-wolf with a sky blue mane named Ashina found the baby and nursed him. Then, nursed him. You forgot the point where the boy fucked him. Fucked the bestiality, the wolf. Then the she-wolf gave birth to half-wolf, half-human cubs, from whom the Turkic people were born. You skipped a part. Didn't they skip a part? Also in Turkic mythology, it's believed that the Grey Wolf showed the Turks the way out of their legendary homeland, Ergenekon, which allowed them to spread, and Ergenekon, which allowed them to spread and conquer their neighbors. That's also the name of the trial, where the Grey Wolves were tried, right? Here. Remember Jank making comments about... Oh my god, dude. I do. It's weird, right? It's so weird, dude. In the Turkic mythology, the myth aims to explain the foundation of the first Turkic Khaganate. The Ergenekon legend tells about a great crisis of ancient Turks following the wow. All right, I gotta get this too. All right, the Ergenekon. The Ergenekon, maybe that's how you say it, legend tells about a great crisis of the ancient Turks. Following a military defeat, Turks took refuge in the legendary Ergenekon Valley, where they were trapped for 4 centuries. There? Were finally released when a blacksmith created a passage by melting the mountain, allowing the gray wolf Asena to lead them out. Asena. People fled out of the valley, founded the Turkic Khaganate, with the valley functioning as its capital. Huh? These are links. You want me to read a book? Fuck you. A New Year's ceremony commemorates the legendary ancestral escape from Ergenekon. The late Ottoman Empire, the epic enjoyed use in Turkish literature, especially by the Turkish nationalist movement, describing a mythical Turk place of origin located in the inaccessible valleys of the Altay Mountains. Okay. Hey, Evolve Peace, what up? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is a... Let's see. First author to connect the mythology of Ergenekon to the founding of the Turkish Republic in 1923 was Yakup Kadri Karaosmanoglu. Woof. Author of several essays about the Turkish War of Independence, the genocide. His interpretation of the myth bolstered its place in the founding mythology of the modern Turkish nation-state. So it's very tied into it. Sort of like the United States has like an eagle, but it's way more mythological. The myth itself was a story about the survival of the Turkic people faced with extinction, able to escape with the help of their totem god, the Bozkurt, the Grey Wolf, Bozkurt. Remains a potent symbol of Turkish nationalism in the present day. Renowned Turkish dissident poet Nazim Hikmet lauds Mustafa Kemal Atatürk as a blonde wolf in the poem something. While the original Ergenekon myth was about the survival of the ancient Turkic people, in its Republican form it carried the symbolism of Turkey's national self-determination. During the early Republican era of Turkey, especially in the 1930s when ethnic nationalism held its sway in Turkey, the tale of Bozkurt, Asena, and Ergenekon were promoted, along with Turkish ethnocentrism, and included in history textbooks as the Göktürk creation myth. Really foundational. I don't know what else to say. Foundational. All right, I have to use the restroom. I'm going to take a break. We'll come back to this in a few minutes, folks. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I haven't been shilling for myself. I could really help. I could really use the help. Help me make that that line go up. Get those subs up. If you're enjoying the content, if you think this is important, please support here. Consider supporting on Patreon as well. On Patreon, you can get access to the at the very least for now. I don't know what Karem and I are gonna do. If we're gonna, I think we should create another Patreon to do this. So we'll see what eventually ends up happening. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. Support on Patreon. You'll get access to the very first episode number 0. I know it doesn't make sense. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Grab a beverage, maybe a snack. I'm running the ad. Hey guys.
A number of reasons for why Ronald Reagan has most vividly recently for why we must go on with our military buildup and our intervention in third world, why we must attack countries like Nicaragua, why we must oppose guerrilla movements in El Salvador, why we must try to overthrow Afghanistan, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and various other countries where the forces of social change are taking place. And the reason they give is the freedom of the people there for democracy. We are in Central America to defend democracy. Well, a moment's reflection would raise some serious questions about that hypothesis, because it becomes clear that in fact the U.S. government has a record in recent years of overthrowing democracy. In Chile, Salvador Allende, elected in a free and open election, was overthrown. 10,000 people were executed. Tens of thousands of others were driven into exile. Others have been put in prison. And you have one of the worst fascist dictatorships, all with the support of the United States, which after Allende's election cut off all aid except to the Chilean military. In Guatemala in 1954, the Arbenz government was instituted, and Arbenz legalized all student organizations. Students were very powerful. The first democratically elected president of Guatemala. Arbenz legalized trade unions, opposition newspapers, and then he started doing some very dangerous things. He began to nationalize the unused land of United Fruit Company. And that's when U.S. corporations and the CIA went in and overthrew Arbenz. And that's a matter of public record, by the way. The CIA, the Eisenhower administration, admits that. Eisenhower proudly boasted of how the CIA overthrew Arbenz because he was a serious leftist influence. And so with Mossadegh in Iran, so with Goulad in Brazil, so with Bosch in the Dominican Republic, so with a variety of other democratic leaders, at least 6 or 7 in Latin America, who were overthrown, generals brought in with the aid and assistance of the U.S. government. So it can't be that we're there to...
I don't know what I want to do here. Should I play this in the background?
Foster democracy.
This is going to distract me. I got to stay focused. This isn't going to work for me. All right. Feel like I'm making progress here. We got to talk about this she-wolf thing, right? Are you really tracking this? I'm a little confused. How are these myths different? What am I looking at here? How are these myths different? Boskert, Asena, and Ergenekon. Are they the same things? If you're going to do a fascism, you have to establish a direct tie to a mythical past. I'm going to steal that unless you tell me not to, homie. They're different and yet the same. Yeah? The veneration of figures such as Bozkurt, Asenna, and Ergenekon was resurgent. The symbol of Asenna embossed on the stage of the personal theater of the first president of Turkey at his residence in Ankara. He referenced it in a speech. Is that an echo thing? Your words, echo statement, sentiment? Excuse me. Cool. Way to unite people despite the original. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I'll probably fold all of this in there. It'd be hard to hold back. Turkish Air Force's Boeing Stratotanker is called Asenna. Huh. Asenalar. Wow. And it's got a wolf on it, too. You shit, dude. What the fuck? Like how the Holy Roman Empire united people with religion, but this is an attempt at an ideology can be both religious and or historical or secular. Yeah. Yeah, it's a wolf thing. Yeah, it's so just a wolf. Yeah. All right. Big. Big file. Big. Atatürk. Isn't that nice? And it really easy to add a bunch of extra B-roll to these talks. I think that's really going to add a lot to the videos. Really make them valuable and help people connect the dots. I'm a visual learner, you know? I'm like ashamed sometimes. I'll be like reading something. I'm like, wait, who's that? What do they look like? You know, sometimes it helps you connect the dots. I'm like, what kind of patches do they wear? Can I just see the tattoos? That's how it is. Oh, I just got to remind myself not to be ashamed of that and realize other people learn the same way. And give them the goods. Anthropology started as a bunch of white dudes justifying empire. Dude, yeah. That's awful. Yeah. Made a Etsy sale. He's on the money. He's right on the money. Literally, he's right on the money. I'm making it up. That was you. What do you mean that was you? Oh, that was you, homie. Thank you. Thanks for the order. I guess some other orders got to go out too. I'm a big piece of shit. Fuck, man. I give this person a refund. I totally shit the bed on it. Oh, thank you for the sale. Appreciate you. That's him, right? That's Turkus? Turkus? Alparslan Turkus? That's the guy? I'm sorry, Atatürk. Turkus is some other guy. God damn it. Alparslan Turkus is the other guy. This is Atatürk. Yeah. Atatürk's like their George Washington, except he's like 2 generations ago. Yeah. Question is really which groups of humans came first and essentially were superior. Hold up, what? Dude. Alright. This is no go. I can't drink out of this anymore. I think I know why I used this as a pencil cup. I can't do this. It keeps grabbing my mustache. What the fuck, dude? Ow. Kidding me. This. Six arrows, huh? 3 wasn't enough? Kemalism or Atatürkism. 6 arrows. Right. Right. It's going to be a lot. Wait, I've already taken notes on this once. Why am I doing it again? Arrows. Six arrows. There it is. Secularism or laicism? I don't know how to say that. Republicanism, populism, nationalism, reformism, statism. All right. Certification. All right, and then the cabal start to emerge. Pre-cartels. These cabals: Young Turks, deeply nationalist, Turkish bourgeoisie, 1929, 1930 heroin. They're selling towels, carpet manufacturer. All right, so I wonder if dude's got links on those. To use. Gotta get these guys. List hearths. Funding, financial backing, traffic. Heroin. All right. It'd be hard to find B-roll for this. Got a link for me? You think Kurd Press? Looks good. Greatly influenced youth and indoctrinated them with a lot of ideas. Essentially came from Germany. Really? They say by U.S. trained officials. This is a good resource. Oh, shit. We think that means... What does Führer translate to again? Peter? We think that's really inspired by Nazis? Stayed in the U.S. for a while in the 50s as a young army officer, trained for special warfare, regular warfare, and guerrilla warfare. It's, sounds like a lot of people. This happens with a lot of people in the West, right? They captured by U.S., hang out in the U.S. for a while. Before you know it, they're doing coups for the U.S. Oh, they didn't invent German. Of course. This guy sounds like Al Jolani. Basically, after the world wars, they focused on laying low and indoctrinating youth until those kids could grow up and essentially push this movement. This is still about Ataturk. We're not the Chatli yet. Oh. Stayed in the U.S. for a while during the 50s as a young army officer, trained for special warfare, irregular warfare, and guerrilla warfare. Did I know this? I didn't know this. But this makes sense. All right. This checks out. 100% this checks out. This tracks. Leading up to this coup in 60. You see this, right? Turkish stayed in the U.S. as a young army officer, trained for special warfare, irregular warfare, and guerrilla warfare. Where? Wait. I'm confused. There was a 60 coup. The coup in 60. That's the date that I have. May 27th, 1960. Coup staged by a group of 38 young Turkish military officers acting outside the military chain of command. Turkis was among the officers who led it. There it is. And had been among the first 16 officers trained by the U.S. in 1948 to form a stay-behind guerrilla network. What my notes from before say. There it is. All right. Oh. All right. So my math checks out. I think I'm just confused. I was just confused there. So 48 through the 50s, he's training in the United States. Where's he training? Ismail Haki Tunguk, teacher, director for primary education with the Ministry of National Education of Turkey. He came up with the 6 arrows, essentially the ideology from Germany. Whoa! Whoa! Not Ataturk. Yeah. Turkes. God damn it. Oh, God, I'm confused. Oh, my God. Okay, I get it now. I get it. My God. Turkes. This ugly motherfucker. Yeah, this is great. He looks like shit. Nice. Turkes. Oh, wow. Turkus. Okay. Turkus. What happens? He gets recruited? Does that happen? Oh. The Young Turks was Ataturk. I somehow got confused. Turkus comes in and he starts doing US-backed shit. It fits in nicely with what Ataturk set up, huh? You got Matt in the house. Hey, homie. What would you do if the Turks asked me to join a stay-behind network? I would simply say no. Ataturk left the Young Turks pretty early on. Okay. Do I know that? Oh, he somehow stayed in the United States. That means he got fucking recruited, trained for special ops, 56, backed as a member of the Turkish rep to NATO to become the first counter-guerrilla expert of Turkey and head the NATO offices under Turkey's chief of staff. Did they mention Gladio yet? Yes, good, Gladio. Anti-communist groups were organizing within the state apparatus at this time as Civil War counterinsurgency units. The U.S. Army Counter-Guerrilla Operations Manual, published, said the following on the workings of irregular forces. Overt irregular activities include acts of destruction against public and private property, transportation and communications systems, raids and ambushes against military and police headquarters, garrisons, convoys, patrols, and depots, terrorism by assassination, bombing, armed robbery, torture, mutilation, and kidnapping, provocation of incidents, reprisals, and holding of hostages, and denial activities such as arson, flooding, demolition, use of chemical or biological agents, or other acts designed to prevent use of an installation, area, product, or facility. Overt irregular activities include espionage, sabotage, dissemination of propaganda and rumors, delaying, misdirecting orders, issuing false or misleading orders or reports, assassination, extorting, blackmail, theft, counterfeiting, and identifying individuals for terroristic attack. It also said the underground elements of an irregular force normally do not hold legal status. We're talking about a structure where the state's security apparatus, political parties, and youth organizations intertwine and continue this complex existence to this day. Okay. Sorry, young poor people in Anatolia train rural boys in military camps set up in the western Izmir province after 68. Wow. Those sentences are very important, should be at the forefront of understanding all of this. Which ones? Yeah, right. What do you mean? What I just read? I lost my spot. There. Oh, overt. Irregular activities and covert. And like, what are they up to? This shit. Part about spending time in the U.S. with NATO and all that. That's one of those patterns. That's one of the patterns. That reminds me of the guy that they got in Libya right now. Right? Fuck. Haftar. Same thing. Good Gaddafi. Part in the coup that brought Gaddafi to power in 1969. And what happened? He's a prisoner of war in Chad. Was released around 1990 in a deal with the U.S. government. Spent nearly 2 decades living in the U.S. in Langley, Virginia. Gained U.S. citizenship in 1993. Convicted in absentia by Libya. Sentenced to death. Then held a senior position in the forces that overthrew Gaddafi in 2021. Fort Gulick in Georgia. That's new to me. I don't know what the fuck that is. All right, I'm going to try a new move here. I'm going to scroll. Do that to here. Add another scroll event. There, and go to there. Fuck. Where's the button? There. All right, let's see if this works. That was close. Second scroll was off. Try that again. College of Americas. Okay. Yep. College of Americas. I didn't know that. Well, that worked out great. Let's check that out. What are you doing? Why are you shaking on me like a leaf? I'm sure it's fine. It's just tripping. Then they renamed it to Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation, huh? Yeah, sure. All right, let me copy this down. Okay. Reading on here, the state-sponsored rise of paramilitary force continued through the 70s, peaked with the center-left government of Bülent Ecevit at the time. As the country rolled towards the 1980 military coup, mass killings at Istanbul University and Ankara's Bahçelievler claimed the lives of many intellectuals, even more young people. Started in 46, huh? Makes sense. September 1980, military coup. Was a shock to the idealists. They believed they'd been working for the state, but many prominent members were arrested, imprisoned, and tortured. Grey Wolves lost their focus post-coup. Out came the mafia to lure the idealists fresh out of prison. The group had touched elbows with the mafia back in the 70s already to procure weapons and to gather resources. The state also had firm control over the mafia groups like the movement. The 80s continued. Grey Wolves Mafia started to take shape. This is interesting. All right. This is interesting. There we go. There's Chotley. There he is. All right. Grey Wolves Mafia started to take shape with Muhsin Yassi Sioglu, Abdullah Chotley, Mehmet Gül, Mehmet Sener, and Yalçın Özbey, among other big players. The chairman of the European Turkish Federation and the man who started the relations with the mafia, Lokman Kandakçı, said as part of his confessions in later years that the easiest way to find money was through heroin trafficking. And traffic heroin they did. Nationalist mafia started to partake actively in Turkey's fights against the Kurdish political movement at large in the 90s. Further complicating its relations with the state, the group came to fully control the drug route from Afghanistan to Europe and the Americas. Apart from their involvement with the mafia, members of the group also working for the state still. In the post-coup era, Turkey thought it was a good idea to utilize gray wolves against the Armenian secret army. Shit. This is a really good resource over here. In the post-coup era, Turkey thought it was a good idea to utilize the Grey Wolves against the Armenian Secret Army for the Liberation of Armenia, or Asala, a group designated as terrorists by Turkey for the targeting of Turkish diplomats and bureaucrats over many years as retaliation for the exile and mass killing of Armenians from their ancient homeland of Anatolia under the Ottoman Empire in Turkey. Maybe the Young Turks shouldn't have done that genocide and then continued it. Asala targeted many Turkish interests and diplomatic missions, including France. Turkish National Intelligence served MIT's chief at the time. All right, what? Mehmet Emir said in a much later trial that the Grey Wolves were used against Asala, the Kurdish separatist Kurdistan Party, Workers' Party, the PKK, and the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary left, the Devsal. It's not possible to carry out these activities with normal people. We need men who can break things. Jesus Christ. They're never going to rebrand at this point. It's almost like it's intentional that they're not going to, and they're laughing in our face. Alatin Kachihi, Chakiki, I don't know, one of the leaders of the nationalist mafia, led these efforts to target Armenians, including allegedly killing Asala leader Agapyan. Long story short, the use of Grey Wolves against Armenians in Europe is nothing new for Turkey. Unconfirmed reports. And remember, fucking Anna? What the fuck's her name? Sorry. What's her name on the Young Turks? She's Armenian, homies. So weird. You gotta be kidding me. And Armenians are not considered Turkic. So anyways. All right. MHP Senator Kudret Bayan was caught smuggling 143 kilos of morphine base to France using his diplomatic passport as cover in 72. What? Anna Kasparian, yeah. Problematic. Basically using Nazis and fascists in deals so they avoid prosecution, and they get new lives. Oh, you're talking about some of the first students were Argentinian military. Remember Argentinia's ties to Nazism and rat lines? The emphasis was at first taking over the carriers and then Latin America. Caribbean and then Latin America. Okay. Oh, yeah. I see that. Go. There's like not a lot of results on. I'm not getting hits over here. Here. Here. I'm moving. All right, whatever. I'll take it. Just have to zoom in or something. Going back there. Okay, well. Reading on. MHP's current leader, Devlet Bahçeli, been caught with Kalashnikov machine guns in his car in the lead up to 1980. His relationship with the intelligence service has been in open secret for years. What? You spell Kalashnikov. Can't find that. All right. That's fine. That's fascinating stuff there. All right. Erdogan has extensive intelligence network in Europe over mosque congregations and the followers of National View, an Islamist is a conservative tradition. Stole the cookies. That the president and his ruling party emerged out of. The Grey Wolves were not needed in the field per se, but when the Armenian issue flared up, the state once again came to need men who can break things. Yeah. Turkey pursuing a constantly more hardline foreign policy, demonstrating that it would not hesitate to use the Turkish community in Europe to advance its interests, has sounded the alarm in Germany as well. Germany's Greens, left-wing Die Linke, and far-right alternative Für Deutschland have all called for similar precautions. It's a great article. Turkish-German Greens deputy Sem Özdemir is among those who called for a ban on the group. It doesn't matter whether they're Turkish or German or anything else. The ultranationalist Grey Wolves deserve to be banned. Ankara has shown that it can create unrest in France anytime it wants, especially for an up-for-re-election Macron, who's in turn showed that he can push the harshest measures to counter. Still, there are deep connections that go back quite a long time between the two countries. Both intelligence services have a relationship that goes beyond their respective governments. Deep state. Yo. It just goes to show farther and farther and farther that, like, when you go vote, you're not influencing the world. Other people are doing it. And they got you voting, convinced that you're doing something. While they're off changing the world. Isn't it wild? The people who actually pull the levers of power in the world are not that concerned about elections. At least in the United States. Isn't that curious? The people who are spending money on it, those are investments, homie. And the rest of us are dumb fucks giving politicians our $15. I'm once again asking you for your financial support. Yeah, Yoshi. Hi, honey. Hey, Mayhem Hippie, welcome back. Yeah, vote harder. According to columnist Dogan Özgüden, the most dramatic example of France turning a blind eye to Turkish intelligence activity 2013 when 3 reps of the Kurdish national movement were gunned down in the Kurdistan Information Bureau in Paris by an MIT hitman. What is MIT? And it's like this. It's been 7 years, but France has not uncovered the Turkish state's role in these vile murders. It's not that. Yoshi, you are in my fucking way. Turkish deep state. Turkish CIA. Control F it in the dog? Turkish intelligence, yeah. I don't understand what you're saying. In the doc, yeah. Oh, I already copied it. Pasted it. No, they expect you to know it. It's a Kurdish press, so it's like saying CIA, you know? They sort of expect you to know it. It's no big deal. Now I know. I learned something. Oh my god, they got Ataturk right up on there. Yeah? You see that? Yoshi. That's him, yeah? Not Stepan Bandera. The first chief of the Turkish intelligence went to Ankara University, which is essentially a project of Ataturk, the first president of Turkey. Yeah. It's a big nationalist project. Okay. How am I going to find B-roll of Turkish bourgeoisie in 1929 dealing heroin and towels? Anyone got any video of that handy? Do you have any downloaded? Do you have a tweet of the Turkish bourgeoisie peddling heroin and human trafficking? Anybody? Carpets? Nope. Okay. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to like think ahead of the stuff that we're gonna cover, so I can get like a head start on the kind of B-roll that I'm gonna want to pull up. And along the way, I'm learning a lot. It's like this is a twofer, 100%. You don't have it handy? Okay. On your tablet. Oh, okay. It's on your phone. I get it. It's on my phone, but it's on the kitchen table. I don't want to get up. I'm on the couch. MIT cooperates with the CIA. I hate those guys. This is a great article. Kurt Press here. Kurt Press. This is a good deep dive here. We're having a good time. Look at this mausoleum here. Yoshi, is my mic in the wrong place? Can you help me move it, please? Look at that mausoleum. That's a nice mausoleum, I gotta be honest. In terms of mausoleums, that's up there. I like a nice mausoleum. There's the guy's tomb. He dead. There's it's a museum mausoleum. What's the deal now? Ancient artifacts. Yo, the British Museum's got all the good stuff. No, I'm kidding. I don't know the history there. Hey, Yoshi. Sweet mosque, bro. It's beautiful. Nice mosque. Good for you. Ruins of the Roman baths in Ankara. Cool. Isn't Yoshi so good? Been a good deep dive today. Piecing it together here, huh? I still want to get more into the, like, what the fuck was he doing when he came to the United States? This is going to be one of those... Oh, let's go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, remind me there. So... Get rid of all these notes. These are great. Minimize those. Boom. Get out of here. No, Yoshi. No screaming like babies. Baby. No babies. No cry babies. We have a rule. Why can't I expand it and make it smaller? Okay, so I'd like to learn more about him going and hanging out in Langley or allegedly... Hey, Georgia? I never heard of that place. You figure this out here. It's not that. We did the she-wolf thing. Can I minimize? Good. Turkus. Turkus, this guy. I got these other notes too. I got 2 sets of notes over here, homies. I didn't know you could double click that and it makes it full size. You know that? That's wild. Alright, where am I? Turkus. So, he goes... What? You sent into exile to the Turkish embassy in New Delhi? When did I write this down? Returned in 63. So this is after... What? What about the coup in 1960? Do I have that date wrong? 1960? Do I got these dates wrong? Can we get to the part where he's in the United States? What the fuck is he doing there? I feel like my timeline's fucked. My notes are just all over the place. Was he sent in exile to the Turkish embassy in New Delhi after the... I think that must be the case. Let me move my shit around here. Here. Try copy paste. It doesn't paste the pictures. What's that all about? Circus. Circus, circus, circus. $48. I feel like I got to do a whole circus thing here. Hold up. I gotta figure this out. I gotta get a timeline on this guy. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
In Brazil, so with Bosch in the Dominican Republic, so with a variety of other democratic leaders, at least 6 or 7 in Latin America, who were overthrown, generals brought in with the aid and assistance of the U.S. government. So it can't be that we're there to foster democracy. We seem to also make war against democracy. And in addition, we support some of the worst dictators. If Reagan is really against tyranny, if he really hates tyranny, why doesn't he send freedom fighters into Paraguay or Chile or South Africa? Why doesn't he start sabotaging there, putting a squeeze on them? In fact, the whole fight with Libya might be less of a mystery if you understand that really the worst thing about Colonel Gaddafi, who is kind of a strange guy in some ways, but not as strange as the media has made him out. He has called, you know, and you don't know this, most of you who laugh, he has called repeatedly for negotiations between him and Reagan, for peaceful negotiations, for peaceful settlement of all disputes, and the Reagan administration has repeatedly rebuffed those overtures. That isn't put in the press. I'm not blaming you for not knowing it. You're not going to read it in that rag that I saw out there, that Colorado thing that said terrorist targets hit in Libya. He has done that, and he's done some other things which make him really dangerous. It's not the terrorism. It's not the attack on the Vienna and Berlin airports, for which they have no proof that Libya was involved, and which they have proof that the terrorists came out of Syria. The troublesome thing about Gaddafi is that when he took over in 1969, he took over a country that was like Saudi Arabia, a country of mass misery, a lot of rich oil that went into the pockets of a few rich. And when his colonel's revolution took over, they got rid of the rich. They took all their extra houses and gave them to the poor. They put out a land reform program. They put out a public free school program. They started a national health medical program, something that we Americans still don't have. The Libyans have it. He planted 40 million trees and started massive irrigation and ecological reclamation. These are some of the things that Gaddafi did, and that's a dangerous example to the Arab world. He took a bigger chunk of the oil revenues and reinvested them into the needs of his own people. And the per capita earnings of the Libyan people are the highest in the Arab world, the highest in the third world. You didn't hear that in the media, did you? You didn't hear that on Dan Rathers tonight. That's what's dangerous about Gaddafi. And the cue comes, and you know the cue when Reagan says Gaddafi is a tyrant over his own people, like the Sandinistas are tyrants over their people, like Allende was a tyrant over the Chilean people. The minute they start social reform, the minute they start tampering with our oil, our bananas, our sugar, our copper, our iron, our bauxite, why, they're tyrants. The second myth that's given to us is that these revolutionary governments are hostile to us. And that's why we oppose them. Right-wing dictatorships get along with us. They're friendly to us. Why is that, though? What is it about right-wing dictatorships that make them so friendly? What are they being so friendly about? What is the community of interest that they have? I'd already explained it, I believe. It's a common class interest. And the left-wing guys come in, but they're hostile to us. Well, that doesn't really seem to be true, though. The first thing these left-wing governments do when they come into power is ask for friendly diplomatic and economic relations with the U.S. Certainly that's what the Sandinistas did. They honored the debt that swindler Somoza ran up, and they asked for closer economic relations. That's what the Cubans want. Every socialist country, from a huge power like the Soviet Union to a small power like Vietnam or Cuba, to a mini micro power like Grenada under the New Jewel movement, every single one of them asked for more trade, normal political, economic, and diplomatic relations with the United States. Not necessarily out of love, but because they saw it in their self-interest, because their interest was to develop their own economies and to have peace and security on their borders, to invest less in military defense. There was even an article on that in the New York Times in which Fidel Castro makes that point. We want to spend less on our military defense. It doesn't make sense to the Cubans. Why must they go 16,000 miles away to
the Turkish timeline? Split of the East Turkestan National Center Congress over the issue of the independence versus autonomy in the early 2004 led to the formation of the World Uyghur Congress, which rejected independence in favor of autonomy. Okay. And the East Turkestan government in exile, which rejected autonomy and advocated for independence. But they're both like Turkic, right? They're both like pro-pan-Turkic empire. I'm not sure I'm ready for this piece. Oh, yeah. Based out of DC. All right. I don't think I'm ready for this piece yet. Am I? Yeah, they were there in front of they were there in DC yesterday. Someone posted in the Vexillology subreddit, "What's this flag?" Oh yeah. Check this out. Probably downvoted me. In front of the White House, what is this? Like that whoever's there is just out of the picture. Same guy. It looks like it's that guy that you just can't see. They're obscured by the cup. Someone goes, probably protesting the Uyghur genocide by the CCP, one of the biggest ongoing human rights abuses in the world. Most countries are ignoring because China factories go burr. Basic ass understanding of the world. Oh, look at this. East Turkestan in your fucking bio. What is Metis? I'm like, homie. Oh. And then someone goes, can you provide some legitimate sources on the Uyghur genocide? Legitimately curious since you can't seem to spell it right. No offense. Hey, guys. Since a CCP troll would only accept CCP sources as legitimate, I can't satisfy your request to satisfaction. There are plenty of clear sources if you look at it outside the CCP propaganda net. Faint, you should ask if only reading CCP propaganda is good. Even if you're China, you can use a VPN to read them. Homie, you sound like a typical Western shill. I wonder what part of the latest UN report that doesn't even mention the word genocide that convinced you there is one. You drank the Kool-Aid, homie. These assholes. Fucking idiots. Just say you hate Chinese people. Just admit it. All Aspie? Does that mean Asperger's? Rathbone in the house. Holy shit, everyone give Rathbone a follow. What's up, homie? Cool. Now my bot's going to say hi to you. All right. So, my understanding here, the split, they're like ideologically mostly the same, but they differ on tactics. They want to establish their East Turkestan. They just disagree with how. So one's going to make the other look more reasonable, and that's just how they're going to grow support for the whole thing in general. There it goes. Asperger was a Nazi. They took his name off the syndrome and just added it to the autism spectrum. Hold the fuck up. What? Wow. It includes the playbook of some historical claim? Bruh. Way to set up a flag somewhere and expand with the backing of a huge international players. Includes the playbook of some historical claim. Like that Asperger thing does ring a bell now that you mention it. Okay. I can't focus on this right now. Oops. I just closed my own chat. I can't focus on this right now. As in, this might be something we come back to. I wouldn't, at the same time, I wouldn't be terribly fucking surprised if we get to this part of the conversation. I feel like if we get to talking about East Turkestan and exile in this first conversation about gray wolves, it's just like, we're going to be talking, that means we're going to be talking for like 4 hours. We got to find a way, Karem and I have to find a way to like make this bite-sized. I honestly think we should be shooting for like 30 to 45 minute episodes. It's sort of like enough, that's like just enough to handle. Especially like when he starts going, it's like quick fire. Hold on to your buttholes. All right, I got a tiny bit of greens left. This is very exciting. Chat, can someone say something? I want to make sure my chat's still going. I closed it and then no one said something for 10 minutes and now I'm starting to worry. But what I have to do right now, I think, is get a little bit of a timeline in my head of how Turkis did his thing. I'd like to try to figure out where he trained in the United States. Thank you, Jeff. I'd like to figure that out. Where he trained. Do I have any more greens? Maybe like some dust or something? Yeah. It's not pretty. Better than nothing. This is gonna be good, actually. The Venn diagram of gray wolves, American and European empires, ancient Aryan beliefs, nationalism, and empire building have a lot of overlapping parts. Homie, I need you to stop being so right all the time, because I gotta answer this call. Hold on. What was I saying? Yeah, right, is I'm gonna steal that. If you give me the goods, I'm gonna steal it. You literally might hear what you just said, word for word, when Karem and I are talking about this shit. Because sometimes I take notes and I don't know where they come from. I'm trying to get the information. And I'm sorry if I don't do a good job of attributing. I really hope you don't take it personally. Let me know if you do. I'll try not to steal your good bits. All right. Well, I got a little bit of greens left. You love to see it. I think I got about a bowl's worth. Oh, fuck yes. This is going to be awesome. Hope it makes me cough. That way it's getting your money's worth. Rathbone, did I tell you I'm growing weed now? I decided I wanted to solve the problem of running out of weed. I'm sick of it. I'm a little, like, sick of it. Mildred in the house. Hey, homie. Mildred Seashells. You'll love to see this. I'm like, I'm going to solve this problem. I'm sick of running out of weed. And it seems like I could do it. I just got to not fuck up all the time. That part's hard. I'm going to fuck up. That part is hard. And I'm doing it legally. Somehow I figured out how to do it legally. All these things are related, even when at times they seem separate or contradictory. Yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. TLDR 2. I got 2 TLDRs. I remember you saying that. That's great. Yeah. Sometimes I repeat myself. I don't know, Zero. I'm sorry. So, yeah. I'm going to grow a ton of weed. Is it tough? Probably. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think it's terribly hard. Honestly, like, I don't have much of a green thumb, but it doesn't seem that hard. It does take, like, a lot of work. So, hard in that sense. Tough. Otherwise, I think it's relatively easy. There's just, like, a ton of trimming that goes involved. And, just sort of like a basic amount of knowledge. Even if you don't have a green thumb, it seems like it's not that hard to get into. Yeah. Yeah, it's recent. It was about 2 weeks ago. I was like, I'm going to call this. I'm like, I'm going to call this guy and see if I can get away with getting a weed card. And I'm like, hey, I got PTSD. My back hurts. Gave me the weed card. $300 later. Another $125 to the state. Another $1,000 plus for the tent and grow stuff. And then I dropped 2 seeds like an idiot. Lost them. It seems like they're sprouting, though. I looked at them today. They're sprouting. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's like I went from 3 printing to the weed. Bruh. I know. With the seeds, give me a break. It's a long story. I'm a big dumb fuck, okay? Really stupid. Smoke weed every day. Oh, all the stuff. Yeah, it was insane expensive. But when I get a couple grows in, 1, maybe 2, I'm honestly not expecting more than 3. Once I get those in, it'll pay for itself. Hey guys. Hey Hambliss. Okay, so I was growing a Gorilla Glue Auto, and I had 3 of those. Hey homie. And then I dropped 2 of those because I'm an idiot. Please don't make fun of me. I'm still sad about it. Don't make fun of me. I'm not ready yet. And what else? And then another one that I got. Fuck, man. I can't remember. Oh, Bourbonberry? One was called Bourbonberry, and this one's called Runts times Mint. I literally got 3 different ones in there. I got 3 different plants. It's going to be really confusing for me. Yeah. Here in California, all you need is to buy the plants and grow them since everyone's allowed to grow up to 7. God. Oh, I miss California. Motherfuck me, dude. You see a jank example of infiltration of the left and someone who is pretty much always right-leaning. His statements make more sense. Whose statements in particular? Thanks. Yeah. His analysis, his positioning, his initial Young Turks Armenian genocide apologia, his just locker room talk all the time. Yeah. His bootlicking. Easy to come off as a leftist when you just talk shit about far-right losers in the U.S. all day. I say that about someone who at one point was like, I'm a leftist. I hate the Democrats. And I'm like, wait, aren't they a right-wing ideology? Yes. Runts times Mint's fire? Your roommate's trimming some insane runts right now. It's almost completely purple and white. Let's go! I want to grow a lot of weed. Yo, my goal, first grow 2 ounces per plant. I'm going to do Well, I'm going to have 4. I'm going to have 4 plants. Is that too much? What am I going to do? Do I just pick the 3 that look best? Yeah, we're talking about jank. Sibel Edmonds, who worked for the FBI after 9/11, translating and doing analysis, caught wind of a lot of shit, and said that she saw in some documents that he was pretty much like a low-level rat for these. I got a page on him. I got a page on this guy. His dad owned a farm and olive trees on both sides of the border of Syria and Turkey. They were able to travel back and forth. You can imagine setting up those kinds of connections. The dad wrote a book called The Original Young Turk. Tells a story about being kidnapped and paying some people off to keep going back and forth. You're going to turn your spare room into a grow? I'm so fucking excited for you. If everything goes right, I shouldn't pay a cent of rent next year. Are you going to sell it? Fuck yeah. He comes from this olive farm family, right? The family's own production on this farm for the entirety of like their family's life, I guess. Very rich family in Turkey. They used the farm for feudalist practices during and post-feudalism. They used this farm for heroin trafficking. The father worked with government officials and the mob to disperse the product. When was this? Jenks is introduced to this prior to him coming to the U.S. and gets involved in this organized crime, but at a low to mid level. I think he's Gulenist. I think he's a Gulenist op. When Sibel Edmonds posted these documents, she was translating. When she posted this information, she was translating these Turkish documents related to 9/11 and Gladio B. Saw Jenk's name in the documents. And what else happened? What else helps tie this together? At the time, she starts posting about some stuff about Erdogan, I think, or maybe it was about the coup. I think it was when the coup was happening. Help me understand this. Does anyone know? When the coup is happening, so 2014 coup, gets into it a bit with Sibel Edmonds. Sibel Edmonds again is exposing this stuff. She's a whistleblower, and she is calling out at that time, I believe, Erdogan. And I think at that time, if my understanding is correct, I haven't seen this. I need to get closer to the details. But I've been told that like she's posting about this, and at the time, Cenk is like doing blogs talking shit about Sibel Edmonds. I guess at this time he's already aware of her. Has sort of exposed him. He's probably got butt hurt for that, Does all this track? Does this make sense? Didn't Jimmy Dore used to work at Young Turks? I believe so. And then it's exposed that Young Turks. This is her YouTube page, Newsbud. Clinton Train paid the Young Turks $20 million. Oh, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That amount of money buys like a little bit of power now, doesn't it? Cenk, also, what else? The name of his PAC, his Political Action Committee. What else? Oh, fuck. Right. The name of his show. It's a genocide. I'm sorry. It refers to people who did the genocide. They call themselves the Young Turks. You don't come from Turkey and not know this. Those people deny the genocide happened. Including him. For a time, Cenk denied that genocide. I think he's since changed his tune, but he denied it. He's in line with these folks. You see this? Now, of course, if you understand Turkey, you know the Gülenist Erdogan split. You know what? I need to understand that more. Because this guy Gülen's like over here in the United States. He's got to be that's got to be an op, right? I got to figure that. Is Gülen an op? He's got to be an op. He's functioning just like all these other guys. Including... Dude. How did I miss this? How did I not connect this? Gülen is acting like Turkes. That's not weird to connect those two things, right? They're acting the same. It's just that fucking Gülen stayed here. It's the age of working from home, I guess. But I guess he... Well, which is fitting because he is truly a Westerner. It's where he's most at home. So he does it from his armchair, I guess. He does it right in front of the TV on his lazy boy. Crank, with the back cranked, the legs up. What does Gülen look like? I can't picture him in my yes, I can. Fethullah Gülen. Yeah, this guy. Need to get some B-roll here. Get rid of this, because... Fuck it, I'm gonna go to... There. About there. Go. Fethullah Gülen. Turkish Islamic scholar. Facto leader of the Gülen movement. Neo-Ottomanist. So they're ideologically aligned in a lot of ways, but I need to understand that split more. That's something I need to understand too, huh? What led to that split? I'll try to have Karim tell us. He's a huge investor in charter schools in Pennsylvania? Oh no. Oh my god, dude. Start making page on Gülen. Hey, he's living in Pennsylvania? Yes. Lived in self-exile since 99. Am I going to have to make a Gülen page? Here we go. I'm getting into the thick of it and I can't stop. Name. Dates. Ooh. Ooh, Turkish Islamic scholar. Facto leader of the Gülen movement. What the fuck is that? What's a Gulen? What distinguishes a Gulen? Neo-Ottoman, Anatolian pan-ethnicist, and ethnicist, Islamic poet, writer, social critic. All right, the Gulen movement, referred to as Hizmet or Samat community since 2016, and since 2016 by the government of Turkey as the Fethullahist terrorist organization. FETÖ, or Fethullah Terrorist Org. Islamic fraternal movement led by Fethullah Gulen, Muslim preacher, lived in the U.S. since 1999. Designated as terrorist org by Turkey, Pakistan, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. Owing to the outlawed status of the Gulen movement in Turkey, some observers refer to the movement's volunteers who are Turkish Muslims as effectively a subsect of Sunni Islam. These volunteers generally hold their religious tenets as generally Turkish Sunni Islam. I'm not getting there yet. It checks out though, right? The U.S. be cooing. And they do it a lot with Sunni Islamists. Is it not their like favorite flavor or something? Flavor. I'm so sorry. That's weird. Mike from PA is vacationing in Turkey right now. Kind of strange if you ask me. I believe that too. Yeah, a little bit strange. Now that you pointed out, wow, that's weird. That's weird. What the fuck, dude? I mean, how else do you get those 4,000 subbies? Looking like that. I don't know, man. I watch some people's streams and I'm like, I don't get it. Owing to the outlawed status of the Gulen movement, a U.S.-based umbrella org foundation, which is affiliated with the movement, is Alliance for Shared Values. Despite its teachings, which are stated conservative in Turkey, some have praised the movement as pacifist, modern-oriented version of Islam, an alternative to more extreme schools of Islam, such as Salafism. But it has a cultish hierarchy and secretive. All right. So the split. They came to power in 2002. The two formed, despite their differences, a tactical alliance against military tutelage. And Secretary... Okay, hold the fuck up. I need to pause. Shit. I need a new section. I hate this. Okay, new section. Chatley. Trap House. Of course, I gotta find Chatley. Chatley. Like that funny looking sea, you know? It's awesome. All right, hold on. What is that called? I'm stuck on Wikipedia. What is it called? Sea Cedilla. Do you know that? It's called a sea cedilla. Yeah. It's a Latin script letter used in Albanian, Azerbaijani, Manx. The fuck? Gaelic. Tatar, Turkish, Turkmen, Kurdish, Zazaki. Romance alphabet. Wow. Cisadilla. Cisadilla. Yeah. Am I saying that right? Cisadilla. Cisadilla? Was it soft? Represents the soft sound S. What? I don't get it. Whatever. Abdullah Chatley. Chatley. I'm going to have to ask Karem to say it for me. And I want to practice. All right. So. Fuck. I don't know. Like, I just got to like make a to-do list. What am I doing right now? Cisadilla. It's a ch sound in Turkish. It's a J ch. Jatli. Jatli? Jatli? Jatli? Like jot? Or chat? Chat. Jatli. Jatli. Jatli. Jat. I don't get it. What the fuck, man?
C. J.
Yeah, Jetly. Jetly. Jetly. Gilletly. Is that it?
J. J.
Yeah, Jetly.
J.
Yeah. Jetly. Jetly. Jetly. Jetly.
J.
They're saying ch. As in charcoal. I don't want it to be too hard, you know? Jetly. It's hard. Oh, of course, it probably is pronounced differently all over. This is hard. Jetly. All right. Abdullah Jetly. I feel like I'm getting closer. You pronounce it more like a DJ now that you say it aloud. Jatli? Jatli? Abdullah Jatli? Are you Turkish? Do you speak? I don't know what I'm saying. Do you speak Turkish? Turkish. Turkish. Where am I? Split. So question. What led to the Gulen movement splitting with AKP? So Gulen, the guy who's been in exile since 99, with AKP, Erdogan's party. See if we can answer the question. It formed an alliance in 2002 against military tutelage and the Turkish secular elite. So by this time, Gulen is already in self-exile. So like, how and why is this alliance formed? I don't know. How to answer this question. What led to this split? It was through this alliance that the AKP had accomplished an unprecedented feat in Turkish Republican history by securing national electoral victory sufficient to form 3 consecutive majority governments, 2002, 2007, and 2011. That's why they were just getting away with a lot of shit, giving cover to each other. Gulen movement gained influence on the Turkish police force and the judiciary during its alliance with conservative Erdogan, which saw hundreds of Gulen supporters appointed to positions within the Turkish government. I think this is how and why this is formed. Once the old establishment was defeated around 2010, 2011, disagreements emerged between the AKP and Gulen movement. This is, again, leading up to the 2014 coup, I believe. 2014, or is that 2016? 2016. Sorry for my... We're getting there. We're getting there. Disagreements emerged. What disagreements? A leftist best. Welcome in, homie. UN votes again on economic blockade of Cuba. Only 2 countries voted to keep it. Which ones, I wonder? What is it usually? Is it just US and Israel on that one? Who's still mad? Who stays mad? All right, the first of which, so-called MIT crisis, interpreted as a power struggle between pro-Gulen police and judiciary and the AKP. Like, went out of his way to say he would vote for Trump if it came down to him and Pete Buttigieg? Huh. I'd just not vote at that point. Just don't vote for someone that doesn't earn your vote. That's a standard to live by. I don't think that's hard. I don't think that's wrong. I believe that's the right thing to do. It doesn't mean you don't go vote. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the ballot. Doesn't necessarily mean that. But like, have they earned your vote? I wonder what his argument is. I'm trying to figure it out in my head. Is he saying, did he say like, at least you know what you're getting with Trump, whereas like Buttigieg is such a sicko, you don't know what he's such a power hider, a level hider. I could sort of see the argument, but I don't know if I believe it. Okay. So what was going on here? Pro-Gulen police, judiciary against the AKP. 2013. At the disagreements emerging and then the breaking point. What are the disagreements? What are their fundamental differences? Agreements emerge. First breaking point. 2013. The 2013 corruption investigations in Turkey into stated corrupt practices by several bureaucrats, ministers, mayors, and family members of the ruling AKP party of Turkey was uncovered. Erdogan blamed the movement for inciting the investigations as a result of a break in previously friendly relations. This is the thing. This is what they called the coup? I don't get it. What just happened? You change your mind on couples because of the stream, but I need more evidence than that to turn on Mike? Oh, yeah. I just simply don't know about Mike. I don't know. I'm sure when I catch a reactionary take one day, I'll jump all over it. I just literally don't know about his content. He seems sussy, dude. That seems sussy. Yeah, he's not a comrade, so because he's not revolutionary. I still like him enough for entertainment and general news. All right. No, I feel like those people just suck the air out of the room. Does that make any sense? He's a DSA head. Is he sponsored by Jacobin? Let's not dwell. All right, whatever, Ross. Why? You're not my real dad. But if anyone's going to tell me what to do, it's going to be you. All right, so what happened? Am I confused? And we got this other failed coup attempt with the armed forces. Is that also a Gil-Lenist? Okay, are these two separate coups? Tell me, what's going on here? So we got Erdogan saying the Gilenists did a judicial coup. Yeah? Hey, we used to get along and now we don't, and that's why you're cooing us. That's what he's saying. Right? Got your own beef with Mike. It's just not a constructive conversation. Your personal beef's not mine. My beef with people is when they're reactionary content creators and they're failing their communities. So fucking let me know when that pops up and I'll jump all over it. When you see a Vaush-ass take, let me know. It also could be much more... It could be more nuanced than Vaush, even. I think Vaush is actually fairly nuanced in his operation, in his project, whatever the fuck he's doing over there. What a weird dude. Yeah. I just, I'm a consistent guy. I literally don't know about Mike very much. He just seems like a guy who talks about electoral politics. I don't know. I'm bored, I'm bored. What are we doing over here? I want to go learn about Gil-Len over here, right? I guess I'm just finding my lane. Agreements. What the fuck's going on there? MIT crisis. interpreted it as a power struggle between pro-Gulen police and judiciary and the AKP. What happened there? I feel like I don't understand. And then they, hey guys. And after that, 2013, hey Cape Codmunist, God, that's so hard for me to say. What? Dude, what? Homie, what? Flynn was gonna black bad Gulen from his charter school in Pennsylvania? Is this real? I have no idea. I'm just getting familiar with this stuff. What? LDR is complicated. Like, do the Nazis adopted under Operation Paperclip? Paperclip want to resurrect Nazi Germany? Do they serve Germany or the U.S. or the Holy Roman Empire? Is it a mixture of both? The same happened with the deep state in Turkey. It's like that and what? Like survival as well? Survival and power. I feel like as I'm reading the Wikipedia, I'm getting like some information, but I'm not getting the glue that holds the information together. And it always feels like it's like purposely so. It sucks. All right. You know, if I'm reading something and if you got a better resource for me, let me know, as always. Glenn and his son try to capture Gulen. What? Get out of here. Y'all want to pause and look into that? What? I thought it was so funny. It's pretty off the charts. You're fucking kidding me over here. I want to pause and do that, or is there... Hold on. I feel like I'll lose my spot if I don't just keep going here. Building an answer to the question, what led to the Gulen movement splitting with AKP? You recall correctly, that's why Flynn got in trouble, because he was acting as a foreign agent of Turkey. I had no idea what was going on when that was all going on. I was just like, whatever. Sounds like some weird deep state stuff. And it was. I just had no idea how to contextualize it, I guess. Wow. All right. Flynn. That's a whole episode, isn't it? That sounds like a whole episode. Or we'll probably tie it in when we talk about Gulen. Yo, I think I gotta. I don't know here, but I think I'm talking with Karem tonight. To save some of my juice. I'm fucking toast over here. Toasted. Flynn like QAnon Flynn? What do you mean, Jeff? I might probably have...
Buongiorno.
Hey, what's up, Nace? What's up, homie? Should we find that episode of Chapo? Talking about Flynn? Big into Q? He's big into using Q for political purposes. You think he's a true believer? You're listening to Trapo this morning? Chapo? Trapo Chop House? Which one of these should I pick? Double Flynn Demony? No, let's just go for it.
Michael Flynn Jr. Veterans Day Emotional Rap.ogg.
I wish we had already quashed the beef with Rappaport so we could come on and play Flynn Jr.
Flynn and Flynn Jr. are more like if Frasier and Niles Crane like just lived in a closed garage with exhaust going on for 20 years, kind of.
I always kind of imagine a filial version of John Goodman and Bill Forsyth from Raising Arizona.
That's a good one.
They get Gulan in the car, but then the paint packet in his pocket goes off.
They leave Gulan on the roof, drive away.
How were they gonna fuck it up when they tried to capture Gulan?
It was brilliant. They were gonna pick a big bear trap, put it outside Gulan's compound, and put a Quran in the middle.
They literally, it was like a doner kebab and a Quran.
I love a doner
They
kebab.
for sure were gonna somehow, like through some idiotic machination, somehow capture Chapo Guzman and send him to Turkey and be like, what? It's the same. They look the same. Just use that one.
No, here's what you do. You go to the State Department, you put out a big banner outside, you put advertisements in all the newspapers saying, one day only funding rebels for foreign governments. We're going to give you an army. We're going to give you money. And then it doesn't matter if you have a warrant or anything, and they all come in, and that's when you just nab them. Yeah, the whole free boat scam.
They would have absolutely done it. They wouldn't have used like Blackwater Mercs or anything. They would have just tried to throw a big net over Gulan and got tangled up in it.
Well, we mentioned Raising Arizona, but the Michael Flynn Jr. Kidnap plot is easily the most Coen Brothers shit.
Insane.
Ever.
So great.
No Fap General and his idiot fucking son.
His Pizzagate investigator son.
Who tagged InfoWars in his pregnancy announcement for his wife.
He did do that, though.
Imagine these fucking dumbasses like going to Turkey, trying to capture, trying to get Gulan associates, and Mike Jr. sees a triangle he doesn't like on a kebab shop.
Yeah, they build a human-sized model of the Mousetrack board game contraption. Just get him with a fucking basket on his head.
Yeah, they're like, how did you fall into a barrel of molasses in 2017? You don't even have those anymore. You two somehow live in a Laurel and Hardy universe concurrently.
Let me just read
else.
from the Wall Street Journal story on this. It says, Special Counsel Robert Mueller is investigating former White House National Security Advisor Mike Flynn's alleged role in a plan to forcibly remove a Muslim cleric living in the U.S. and deliver him to Turkey in return for millions of dollars. The Federal Bureau of Investigation agents have asked at least 4 individuals about a meeting in mid-December at the 21 Club in New York City, where Mr. Flynn and representatives of the Turkish government discussed removing Mr. Gulan, according to people with knowledge of the FBI's inquiries. The discussions allegedly involved the possibility of transporting Mr. Gulan on a private jet to the Turkish prison island of Imrali, according to one of the people who has spoken to the FBI. Turkish prison island.
In large sacks with big dollar signs.
And then during the dinner,
hold up. What? Shut. All right, there's a lot going on here. First of all, Turkish prison island. Imrali. I think you say like, how do you say the I without the dot? It's a prison island. There it is. Oh my God, they forgot to send a camera. They accidentally sent a potato. This is too much over here. A prison island, homies. Get the fuck out of here. Let me grab this. This is off the charts. You've got to be kidding me. In the south of the Sea of Marmara, west of the Armutlu-Bozburun Peninsula, within Bugsley-Berkeley Province. What? All right. I got the screen grab. Back to the show.
Flynn Sr. flung an olive that accidentally fell into the décolletage of an old dowager, causing a pie fight that took over the entire 21 Club.
I love the idea of the AKP psychos, several of which spent years in prison to finally ascend to power. Just some of the hardest, fucking scariest people in that part of the world against Michael Flynn, the fucking dumbass who just kind of showed up and was good at connecting thumbtacks to string on a board and just, like had to get fired because
I'm fairly certain that's the prison island they were going to send him to is the one where Ocelon is, right?
Yep.
I think that would be an amazing meeting of the minds. Send him to us.
Had to get fired because
I'm fairly certain that's the prison island they were going to send him to is the one where Ocelon is, right?
Yep.
I think that would be an amazing meeting of the minds, Galan and Ocelon. They could come out of that with some sort of syncretic anarcho-syndicalism that would then basically save the earth.
I picture it as like the island from The Prisoner.
Yeah, giant soap bubbles absorbing people.
I picture it like
Ocelon. 1 second. They're going fast here. If you're not picking up what they're putting down, you're... Oh, this guy. Oh. Hold up. Wasn't he like... He helped found the PKK. He's based in Syria. This guy. I feel like I should grab this while I'm here. I think I'm going to be doing this a lot now, trying to collect a lot of different video. Nice. That stash is pretty darn good. I'm not quite sure I'm on that level. We're doing two things. I'm making content while I'm making content. Can you believe it, kids? Having a good time. Wait, so Ocelon. Great. PKK? Remind me, did Brace go fight with the PKK? Or the other one, the YPG? I always forget. How am I going to remember? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Back to it. Boom.
I think there would be like large apes on it.
Hell yeah.
That would be
the Guardian Apes.
Mm-hmm.
The Guardian Apes of Gahul.
I was picturing it like the prison in Face Off.
Yes. One of the greatest prisons ever depicted on film. I love how it's just introduced. Yeah, there's a giant undersea prison on a oil derrick where you've got fucking magnetic boots that keep you from running away.
I mean, that turned out to be incredibly unrealistic. Not because the government wouldn't do something that evil, but because it would have been run by contractors and fucked up constantly.
Absolutely, there's no way those magnets would have worked.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Those like Halliburton would have sold them those magnets, but no. Flynn is fucking cool. He was trying to secure $15 million for his son's emotional rap career.
What? Well, that is it, isn't it? Because presumably Flynn, I mean, he's a guy. He didn't join the military and become a career soldier for the money. Presumably, he is animated by this holy war view of the world as a clash of civilizations between the West and the godless Orient. You know, the idea of him just turning and deciding in his final years, I'm going to just try to get the biggest paycheck. I don't think that seems really in character for him. I think that his son, his oafish nitwit son, has somehow put him into a vast jackpot that he's frantically trying to get out of.
How much?
I mean, I don't know. Those guys like switch their view of the world all the time. I mean, Flynn always talked about
consistent, but I agree. He's a true believer in whatever he believes in at that moment.
Yeah, no, but they flip around their geopolitical beliefs all the time. So, like Flynn before AKP just dangled a Publishers Clearinghouse check in front of him. It was like, Erdogan's an Islamist. He's doing deals with ISIS. Blah blah blah. Like a lot of which was true, but then they were like, what if I don't know what Michael Flynn buys with this money? Probably like slippers with the 101st Airborne Division logo on them. You can buy a bunch of those. Yeah, he's like, why do you keep buying box sets of Jag? What if I lose one? That's tactical preparedness.
You want duplicates. You want Jag redundancy. That's just professionalism.
Yeah. So then he finds out about Gulen, and he's like, oh, he's more Islamic. That's worse. And also I get but like those guys do that all the time. Like,
that's true. I'm not sure I understand the differences much between the Gulenists and the APK. I'm not there yet. Can someone help me with that? How are they different? That's a question I've not answered. How are they different? What led to the Gulen movement splitting, and how are they different? We're not there yet. He's saying they're more Islamist, the Gulenists. Everything I'm writing down, I'm not sure if I believe. I'm not sure if I'm skeptical, but it's just like, is this true? I need to see it for myself so I can go, oh, it's true. That's it.
Trump famously spent the campaign talking about how Saudi Arabia did not out Gulen, and he's like, oh, he's more Islamic. That's worse. And also I get like those.
You want Jag redundancy. That's just professionalism.
Yeah. So then he finds out about Gulen, and he's like, oh, he's more Islamic. That's worse. And also I get but like those guys do that all the time. Like Trump famously spent the campaign talking about how Saudi Arabia did 9/11, and then he goes there and they're nice to him like once, and he's like,
was that it? So Flynn thinks Gulen is more Islamic, and he hates that.
Yeah,
actually, they didn't.
I still think that Michael Flynn Jr. bought $100 million worth of Dale Earnhardt memorabilia on credit, and now they owe it big time with interest, and so they got to get the cash any way they can.
Michael Flynn.
Well, no, he didn't lose it all on the Earnhardt merchandise. He also bought a bunch of Jeff Gordon merchandise to make an effigy. That's how strongly he feels.
That's just wasting money. He bought a bunch of pumpkin futures and held them too long, like Homer Simpson.
He invested in tulips and he didn't sell bubble.
If I'm really getting into Mike Jr. mindset, would I really think the thing that got him on Hawk was gambling on esports?
All right. I get that. I get that. They're just joking around. They're giving, yeah. At the same time, I want to know if they're a limited hangout. I want to know.
Don't bet against the South Koreans.
No, he definitely did that.
He bet on like a people from a country with very slow internet.
Yeah, he's like.
But if they are, all I get to do is say, "Oh, we're joking."
give me 3 million markers on Malta. He was like Le Chiffre, but
I'll be able to pick up a detail here or there.
with esports.
I thought the Lithuanians were due.
Or at the very least, I'll be able to generate questions to talk about.
I just think it's touching that like it's
where a lot of people are coming from. You know, they've seen Chapo. They've never.
It's a father and son
Not saying
project to work
Yeah.
on together. It's just like when you
Trump
feel like
never works with his sons.
No, yeah.
And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon.
It's like if you and your dad
Little
like
boy are going to catch the galoon.
it's like if you and your dad restored like a classic car together, or dreamed up a cockamamie semi-treasonous plot to
whole
kidnap
thing.
a charter school guy and send him to a Turkish prison island.
I wish I could do Field of Dreams with my dad, where we have some caper involving helping the Syrian government.
Like at the end where he's like, Dad, do you want to play catch? But he's like, Dad, do you want to kidnap a Turkish expatriate and send him to a prison island?
At the end of the day, everyone making fun of the Flynns, including us, is jealous of them. Everyone wishes they had a relationship with their dad.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Michael Flynn is a thought. He's a pog.
He's a snack.
He's a freaking nasty hoe. He's
a
good.
goddamn meal. He's not even a snack.
Well, I was gonna,
The messy bitch.
the thing
who
that I
loves
love Michael
drama.
Flynn to bust my pussy open and tell me about the Islamic designs on the world. I want Michael. If a guy,
And you know, I enjoy listening to it. I think it's fun. I'm trying to piece some things together. They're riffing on Flynn. I just learned about this thing. Seemed like a great time to pull it up. You know, I'm vibing.
guy shows up with a fucking clenched jaw and a copy of Gorilla Mindset, he can hit my back walls any fucking time of day, dude. If a guy's like, I got fired, and
I sort of need a break. I need like a break from frying my brain out over here. And having a good time and all, but maybe I need like podcast afternoon. There are tons of podcasts that we could watch to get some of the details from, and I need to like be listening to them so I can build out the Encyclopedia Danica.
I got fired in 2 federal level intelligence positions because I'm really stupid. I'm like, just fucking take a caterpillar bulldozer to my pussy like it's the West Bank, dude.
Abdullah Chotley. All I wanna be is Abdullah Chotley.
Okay, we are back after that lengthy
Langley Files.
intro.
Talk about a limited
lengthy tour
hangout.
through our mind palace. To give you our promised election coverage almost a week late.
You guys.
All right. Are they done talking about Flynn? That's funny. I do believe that's it. Do they talk about him more? So that's what they got in trouble for, though, yeah? Oh my God, homies. What is going on here? Chapo crashing the Majority Report 2 years ago. Michael Brooks. Jamie Peck. The whole fucking gang over there. And who's that? Virgil, Texas. Saw it live at Rocked. Alright. I am way too late for this entire game. I was not tuned into Majority Report. Any of this shit. I was just like a guy who was always the guy in my group of friends where I was the farthest left. And they all hated me for it, you know? I didn't like them. It's just like, and I was not even that left. I was convinced I was left because of that, right? Isn't that wild? So I just didn't get into this stuff. I wasn't really watching this kind of content. I thought it appeared to be cringe at first glance without watching it at all. I didn't watch Majority Report until I started streaming, I think. So I didn't know about Michael until after he had passed. What does left really mean? It's somewhat relative, isn't it? To me, I've got definitions. I'm a gatekeeper of the left. It's my job. So it really does appear as though this is the heyday of Majority Report. Again, this is me not knowing the content too well. Still now, I don't watch it that bad. Especially, I don't watch it that much. Especially whenever I tune in. Yeah, this is Virgil. Especially whenever I tune in, I just got like Emma giving reactionary takes, pro-empire takes, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, back when Jamie was still on, I guess. Actually, I was getting into this streaming thing as Jamie was still on the show. And it was sort of clear she wasn't having a good time. I don't mean to make it about her. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I haven't thought about exactly how I want to phrase that thoughtfully, but I don't know. I might be making that up, to be honest. But yeah. That's when I was starting to do the show with Kenzo. Starting to become familiar with all this stuff. For the first time in my life, I would find myself around Marxists. And they didn't like me. I had no analysis or historical or dialectical materialism. But the graphics were nice. Yeah. I bet I would have really liked watching this. Yeah. Got like 4 who show up pretty regularly. 4? Are you talking about for that show? Meet the Left? He's on yeah. Are you talking about you? Me? Consider me a leftist? At that show. Weird. Okay. This it? Or is that not true? Is this true? Did that happen? Watch the movie Network one day? I'm not sure I'm sufficiently mad as hell. That's pretty cool. Network's cool. And then They Live. Those might be 2 of my favorite films. When I just like stop and think about it. In a certain way, they're my favorites. Is this true? Did this really happen? That's what they were talking about, right? Was it really 15 million? Is this plot true? Do I have to listen to an entire podcast to figure this out? Oh, thanks, homie. Shit, man. I'd like to figure this out. September meeting between Flynn and Turkish officials. Reported on by Wall Street Journal. I had no idea. What's this video?
On September 19th, retired Army Lieutenant General Mike Flynn, then serving as National Security Advisor to the Trump campaign, met in New York City with top Turkish ministers and others at the Essex House Hotel in Manhattan. Among the topics, according to people briefed on the meeting, and former CIA Director James Woolsey, who was also in attendance, removing a Muslim cleric from the U.S. to Turkey. Woolsey said the idea was a covert step to whisk away Fethullah Gulen back to his home country. Turkey accuses Gulen of orchestrating last summer's botched military coup against Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. A spokesman for Flynn disputes Woolsey's account of the meeting in New York. More on that, but first, here's the backstory. In 2014, Flynn left his job as director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. He founded Flynn Intel Group, a consulting firm that represents international and U.S. clients. Last year, Flynn became an early champion of then-candidate Trump and outspoken critic of then-candidate Hillary Clinton.
They knew that they were going to take highly classified information and move it on to a unclassified system that was not protected.
Of the firm that represents international and U.S. clients. Last year, Flynn became an early champion of then-candidate Trump and outspoken critic of then-candidate Hillary Clinton.
They knew that they were going to take highly classified information and move it on to a unclassified system that was not protected.
Days before the Republican National Convention.
What about the emails? What about the folders, homies? What about the folders?
A faction within Turkey's armed forces attempted a coup against President Erdogan. It failed.
All right. So, let me get this straight. Someone stop me if I'm wrong. 2013. Erdogan claims that Gülen and his allies are doing a judicial coup. This is already fucking a long time after. Hold on. Fuck. Remind me, when did he go in exile? Wasn't it 95 or 99? 95? Remind me. Someone remind me. Who's listening closer than I am? He's been in exile for a long time. They say he does a judicial coup, and then he's going to be like, all right, now you're doing the military coup? Is he's going to keep blaming it on Gülen? Is that right? Am I missing something? Am I confused? I'm always confused. Please help me. Flynn likened the protesters that stopped the seal events to biblical soldiers and priests. I don't know about this. What is with the colors over here? Oh, God. Why is it red? I think it didn't load correctly. Oh, lordy. I think I'm going with red, aren't I? The coup was around 97? Right. Am I understanding that? No. It's okay if I can't answer a question. Important thing is that we're digging. And when it comes time to ask Karem, I can ask Karem. But I got to do my homework. I got to do my work. My deep dives. I love my deep dives. Love deep diving. All right, judicial coup 2013. We're in agreement there. That's at least what he alleges, right? That's what Erdogan says. All right, so my question is, for Karem, is this true? Is that what happened? That's important, huh? Very important. All right, wait. Am I going to go important or check mark? I think both. I don't know. Is this going to help me answer the question, though? Who is... Oh, okay. Government officials claim the Gülenists were probably behind the leaking of footage showing Turkish intelligence trucks carrying arms to rebels in Syria under the guise of humanitarian aid in an effort to embarrass the agency's chief. Okay. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Gülenist movement, also called Hizmet. Let's not forget that. I've not yet learned that. I am dead set on becoming an understander here. If I'm not an understander, how can I expect me to share that with you? I really want to. I want to nail this. I want to nail this. Oh, jeez. Water's wet. Check this out. Look at that. This ties in there, yeah? What do we say? The allowance allowed for 3 consecutive majority governments. Through this alliance, they accomplished the unprecedented feat in Turkish Republican history by securing national electoral victories sufficient to form 3 consecutive majority governments in 2002, 2007, and 2011. That's when it started to go shitty. And then I read that, and I'm like, oh, they probably covered up each other's war crimes, right? I can't remember what I said exactly, but that was my instinct there. And then it would ironically lead to the promotion of officers who would later take part in the attempted coup. All these Gülenists. I think I was just seeing in my notes that by 2015, you know, when they're doing the other coup, and the military was like 2/3 Gülenists, 2/3 Hizmet. All right, I'm piecing it together. Supporters instrumental in prosecuting the 2 wide-ranging investigations and trials. This is why they're mad. This is why they're mad. This is answering our question, what led to the split? Why are they mad? This answers the question. Purges of the military over the last decade turned into witch hunts. And then prosecution of Ergenekon. Oh my god. Ergenekon and Sledgehammer. I don't know what Sledgehammer is. Oh god. Ergenekon was the prosecution of the Grey Wolves. It was also the name of the wolf myth. Both those things. Ergenekon. Trials? I watch you do this stuff long enough, Dan. I start thinking, follow the money in my head. Follow the money. Ergenekon trials. Did I already do a screen grab of this? I gotta get rid of this stuff. It's in my way. Boom. I believe there was Grey Wolves. Doesn't come up. Members of Ergenekon. Oh, I already did. I think I did grab. I don't know. Maybe I was just looking at this. Let's just make sure I got the screen grab. Flynn and his brother, who ran Overstock.com, now have a website that monitors and audits elections called Cyber Ninjas. Oh my god, dude. All of that is wild. Those two. I didn't know about this. Counter Guerrilla. Check this out. Or Counter Guerrilla. The Turkish branch of Operation Gladio, clandestine stay-behind anti-communist initiative backed by U.S. as an expression of the Truman Doctrine. That's good. Good understanding there. Founding goal of the operation was to erect a stay-behind guerrilla force to undermine a possible Soviet occupation. Also, when the Soviet Union ended, they didn't stop. So it's not really about them being communists. Somewhat. I don't know. Can't say that either. That's not true. What am I saying? What I'm saying is they just simply hate Russian people. They screwed Herbert Hoover out of a ton of money. Because of that, everyone was mad. Because of Herbert Hoover, the entire U.S. and the whole world has to cope and hate communists, I guess. Someone found the bevel tool in Photoshop for the Gladio logo. Hold up, what? Yeah. This. It's always like three-dimensional. Ew. Right? Office of Defense Cooperation, Turkey. Counter Guerrilla. All right, I didn't know about that. What did I get here? Ergenekon. Nope. Ergenekon. Ergenekon. Ergenekon. It looks like it's Ergenekon. Ergenekon. I think that's how you say it. Okay. Trying to read the IPA. Was it about Herbert Hoover and communism? Did I get that right? Was that the name of the president? Was that right? That's a perennial line, right? If it weren't for the fucking October Revolution, Herbert Hoover would have been like one of the most wealthy people on the planet. So he stayed big mad. Was it Herbert Hoover, or am I mixing up the presidents? They're all the same. The Red Scare was a Western phenomenon before Hoover. Well, that's definitely going to make it stick for sure. Ergenekon. I got to make sure I got the screen grab over here. So let me do that. I have doubles. I don't care. Allegation. Pretty good wiki and the Hizmet APK conflict. Excellent, yeah? Oh, I didn't... Thank you, homie. I just see links in chat, and I don't know what to think about them. Unless someone's like, Dan, this is what this is. I'm sorry, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Did someone from Langley just whip this up for me or what? They just got someone on. They just hired someone on Fiverr. Post the Imperial narrative. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Woodrow Wilson. Was it Woodrow Wilson? I think Woodrow Wilson's actually ringing a bell. I just think that's ringing a bell. I think I was confused. Woodrow Wilson, stay mad. Go cry. Thank you for correcting me. Woodrow Wilson. Hoover blankets. All right, which one was Hoover? It was Hoover. Maybe it was Hoover. I don't know. I gotta go to the video now. You've distracted me. I hate you for exposing my baby brain. So, let's see here. I'm not really mad. I joke. From the Yellow Perenni.
Develop their own economy.
He talks about it in here. Let me see if I can remember. Let me see if I can remember the line. Oh, shit.
Develop their.
I gotta use this one. Because this one's got a transcript. Okay. Does he say Hoover? Hoover. Yeah, I got something right.
Including one Herbert Hoover, who with Leslie Urquhart, famous British millionaire, owned the Russo-Asiatic Corporation, which, if the Russian Revolution hadn't happened, Herbert Hoover would have been one of the richest men in the world. And years later, when he was President of the United States in 1931, when 1/3 of this country was unemployed, when people didn't have enough to eat, when people were driven to the edge of desperation, President Herbert Hoover said to the San Francisco Examiner, he said, "My greatest ambition in life is to see the overthrow of Bolshevism in Russia."
That's all you need to know, man. These people are sickos. I got something right, by the way, and I'm very happy about that. Russo-Asiatic Company or whatever. Whatever. Ergenekon and Sledgehammer. Ergenekon and Sledgehammer. Fuck. I've got too much going on. Look at all these tabs. All right, let me clean up. I can't focus. Oh, fuck. How far deep down the rabbit hole we are. We've been doing this all day, homies. I need this. I'm gonna have so much awesome B-roll to use. Who's this guy? I think I found a way to, like, make my stream, do my live stream. I found a way to research, you know, hang out, build my community. That's the first thing. And you know, also work on sort of like creating other content. I need to move in that direction to make more focused content. Because otherwise I'm just showing up live every day. And that's great. I love having the space to do this. I don't think I'd be anywhere near, you know, getting down these rabbit holes as I have been, as much as I have been, if I didn't have the space. So I'm never giving it up. I just love streaming. 2X Business Associates. Okay, we were... I was here. This Wall Street Journal. Ex-CIA director. Met with Dr. According to James Woolsey. How much? I would like to know how much they were offered, if we can get any information on this. Okay, hold on. This one said Flynn, the last one said Flynn was being sentenced some other time. What was he sentenced? And is he out? What's going on here? Served as Trump's national security advisor for 24 days. Did I know that? I don't think I did. That's fantastic. Okay, what am I doing here? Right click. See my brain just short circuit over here? That was wild. Do you think I drew attention to that enough? What a weirdo. Wait. Right there. Go to dare. And I paste... No, I'm not sure I did that right. Start here. Go to dare. Oh, it's going to be different when I make this. Boom. All right. 24 days. It's not zooming. Damn it. Let's try this again. Try it again. I think I needed to scroll up. Give me the tool. Again. Boom. Not moving. There it goes. Slow. It's a slow one. I don't know why I did that. You know little about FDR? I probably do as well. I didn't pay attention when they taught us things in school. It's because they weren't teaching us anything. Not like this. Like, they can't, they've got to sell it harder, you know? They got to sell it harder. They got to be out there like, hey, folks, we got a big, bad, evil empire to defeat, okay? Let's get some revolutionary education up in here. Let's teach y'all how to be, good people and able to contribute, to your having a fulfilling life. And if you're able, to your community. You know what I mean? All right. See how we can help each other. Let's go for it. Let's build a world worth living. FDR saved America capital, not the American worker. Seems like that's what's going on. Anything about a Russian envoy? Okay. First revealed in 2017 by CIA Director James Woolsey. What does that mean? That means James Woolsey knows this shit's going on all the time, but this one's not sanctioned. This was something that wasn't sanctioned. That's my bet. Right? Turkish government accuses Gulen, lives in the U.S. of U.S. being by the queue. Oh my God. All right. I got tinfoil hat going here, but Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigations focusing on a meeting in mid-December between Mr. Flynn and Turkish officials in New York. I bet the FBI, right? That's counsel, that's Mueller. I bet they're more. Oh my God. Yo, hold on. Did they do Russiagate under the guise of investigating rogue elements in deep state? Does that make sense at all? Is that Trek? Am I making shit up? I do that a lot. They were talking about taking them to the island. They're like, you are out of line. He did it while he was National Security Advisor. Oh, I can't read. They were looking into whether or not he did. I bet he did. I bet he did. Where does the German state intends to amend its laws about Holocaust denial to be a general anti-genocide denial idea and extending it to include general praise for states that committed it? Intended to cover those both defending the German Empire and, of course, the Soviets, but they've made exceptions for the Armenian genocide? There's a lot going on there. Anyone know how much money they offered him? They said $15 million in the chapel. Is it? Oh no, I made that up. think I made it up. Where did that come from? Sorry. Oh! 2016 consultancy Flynn Intel Group paid 530 grand for lobbying on behalf of the Turkish government. Work required him to register as a foreign agent. Oh, okay. That's a big piece, yeah. Am I even taking these notes? Flynn. I don't know. Allegedly, Flynn and the meeting participants discussed a way to free Turkish-Iranian gold trader Reza Zarrab in U.S. jail on charges of evading U.S. sanctions on Iran. All right, hold up. I don't know. What's going on there? Gosh. Everything's so exhausting. What is going on here? When was that one written? November 11th, 2017. All right. It's following up on this one. They're like Ergenekon trial. Yep. (2008 to 2016). It's got to be about that, right? Okay, that's interesting. The Len supporters instrumental prosecuting two wide-ranging investigations: Ergenekon, Sledgehammer. Ergenekon. What was it again? Oh, fuck me, Dad. I have to know. Ergenekon. I don't know, man. I should be able to read IPA. Honestly, I took classes on this shit. I was just going there next. Oh, let's go. I wish there was a picture. Like a picture of the trial or something. You know, that would help. I wanna be. Where's it going? You sledgehammer. Why don't you know? Okay. Wow! Sledgehammer. But we go with zoom ins. We do the zoom in and like here. Boom. All right, start at the top. Here we go. Hands off. Hit it. 300. The 365 suspects sentenced to prison terms. Okay, wow.
That's impressive.
Let's talk about it. Let's learn Sledgehammer. Hold on, one at a time. Trials. One at a time. One at a time. Ergenekon. All right. High profile trials. High profile. Oh, high profile. 275 people, military officers, journalists, opposition lawmakers, all alleged members of Ergenekon. Suspected secularist clandestine org accused of plotting against the Turkish government. All right, hold up. Are they GWs or no? They're GWs, right? Or are they like an offshoot? I have to ask.
Your name is Morris Moss.
Welcome in,
is it
Ali Osher.
not?
Thanks for the biddies, homie. All right. It seems to me they're not. Did we learn about them? I think that's a thread I need to understand here, right? Profile trials. Members of Ergenekon. All right, what's their deal? Pew, whoop. Possible ties to the country's military and security forces. Come the fuck on, dude. We're talking Turkey right now, Ali Osher. Turkey. Turkiye. And, yeah, learning stuff, you know? And then named after Ergenekon, a mythical place. And it's also the name... A mythical place? Oh. Okay, that's also the name of one of the dogs, right? One of the dog myths? Wait. The fuck? Founding myth. It's the valley. The valley? Hold up. My notes are all over the place. Where they're trapped. Yeah. But it also, I think it's got to do with one of their dog myths. Bear with me. The tea. Yeah. Homie mounts the mountain and the wolf leads them to Turkey. Okay. Got them all over the place. All right, I'm trying to find out where my notes are on this stupid shit. My notes from today. Oh my god, I'm all over the place. We did the deep dive this morning. Okay. Get it. I think I get it now. Somehow I got confused. Mythology such as Boskert, Asenna, and Ergenekon. All right, so then my next question is, how are Boskert and Asenna different? Are those both? Those are both dogs, right? Which is the one they believe? I guess it's both of them. Do they refer to like the same dog going through the hole in the mountain? Or is that Asenna and Boskert something else? How are they different? Does it matter? They got a bunch of wolf myths. Pretty wild. Get the bestiality. The worst. Same. So same dog. Same place. The place is the valley. The valley is Ergenekon. Part of their founding myth. Of these dogs. These wolves. That's why they call themselves Grey Wolves. Okay. Back to my to-do. Okay. The Ergenekon trials. Series of high-profile trials. They're named after this group, Ergenekon. Are they Grey Wolves? I'm assuming they are. There's a number of variations to the myth as well as similar founding myths. Some includes Mongolian myths and history. Some overlap with myths about Huns and include Genghis Khan. Wow. All right. Okay. That helps. All right. And name of the trial. Trial. Let's get a quick TLDR. 275 resulted in lengthy prison sentences for the majority of accused. In the event those sentences were overturned shortly thereafter. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Now, am I starting to figure this out more? Who are these people? People. Like the Gulen faction of the Grey Wolves, and then you got the Erdogan faction of the Grey Wolves? Or is that a misunderstanding of this? Just wish the CIA would just let me read their goddamn file. You know, come on. Why are you going to make me do this? What a bunch of assholes. Fuck. Right? The real conspiracy I'm picking up here is that Duran Duran are Gulenists? What am I missing? Is they're hungry like the wolf? You're on thin ice. Splinter of the old Operation Gladio Turkish branch. Counter guerrilla. A splinter.
Pro streamer.
Yeah. Early years of the Turkish Republic, the legend of the Ergenekon myth, and the Grey Wolf, whatever variety, was vigorously promulgated. What a word! During the early years of the Turkish Republic, as Ataturk sought to create a nation state in which national consciousness, rather than religion, served as the primary determinant of identity. Yeah. Very interesting there. Slow and careful. Yes. Superficially secular to unite people. Yep. All right. I've got a good method of writing notes down, but I would say that my note-taking skills are not good. I'm really unorganized. I think I need to learn to stop and pause and organize, but I'm too excited going down the rabbit hole. It is hard. How do people do this? Research, I guess, you know? I'm an investigative journalist. Look at me, Ma. No hands. Oh. You watched a video about the murder of Hrant Dink. Devon, I don't know. What is JITEM? How's that different from the other one? MIT. God damn it. Okay. Sledgehammer. The alleged coup plan. Which coup? 2013 or the... What? The alleged judicial coup? Alleged judicial coup? 2013? $2015. That means it's not the 2016 coup. All right. As I do stuff like this, I've got to remember to keep a timeline. It's just the only thing that, it's just how it works. It's time. It's what connects it. Okay, so I got to keep a timeline. That's really going to help me when I do these things. Timeline app? I don't know. I just got to enforce it and I'll be fine. I'll be good. All right, sledgehammer. An alleged Turkish secularist military coup. A plan dating back to 2003. In response to the AKP gaining office? What is it saying? Plans to bomb mosques and accuse Greece of shooting down a Turkish plane over the Aegean Sea. Plan was to stir up chaos and justify a military coup. Army said the plans have been discussed, but only as part of a scenario-based planning exercise at a military seminar. Oh my god, dude. What? The case was criticized by the political opposition for the suspected involvement of high-ranking bureaucrats and legal officials who were close to the Semat movement. Hizmet. Gülen. All right, again, case heavily criticized by the political opposition for the suspected involvement of the high-ranking bureaucrats and legal officials close to the Hizmet Gülenist movement, an Islamist movement led by exiled cleric and then AKP ally Fethullah Gülen. But he's already, by 2003, he's already in the United States. He's in the United States, self-exile. Again, I think we said 1995 or so. Really interesting. Numerous legal flaws, improper procedures throughout the case, lack of response by the government also drew concern. Included the case that the original sledgehammer document claimed to have... Oh, that's what this one was all about? The case that the original sledgehammer document claimed to have been produced in 2003 was actually created using Microsoft Word 2007. Isn't that fascinating? Okay. Other irregularities, including the forging of signatures of high-ranking military officers like Çetin Doğan. All right, how do you say that Turkish letter with the G with the G with the crescent above it? Hello. Sorry. Oh, God. So, sledgehammer trials. Alleged Gülenist Hizmet Semat secular. They said secular, right? Secularist? Alleged Turkish secularist military coup? He's an Islamist. I don't get it. Alleged military coup. In response to AKP and Erdogan gaining power. Okay. (2012) 365 suspects were sentenced to prison terms. 2014, all the accused were ordered released from prison. going on there? Timing of the decision fueled further accusations regarding the involvement of the Samat movement initially, since by 2014 the AKP and Gülen had fallen out with each other. Furthermore, the AKP Prime Minister Erdogan openly accused the Samat movement of infiltrating the judiciary following government corruption scandal. So by now, 2014, he's saying that the year before, 2013, there was a judicial coup. So that means I'm getting out of order here. All right, I'll just... See how some information doesn't fit tidily on a timeline? Oh man, I wish there were some gummies in there. All right, so... All right, the MIT crisis? February 2012? Is this both these things wrapped in one? I don't know what to put of this. Something else. What in the fuck? This guy's got $4.5 million in cash in shoeboxes in his home. What in the fuck? How does that just happen? This is the so-called... The fuck is this? All right. Okay. Did Karam mention that? Flying weapons to neighboring Syria during the Syrian civil war. Who were they arming? Were they arming HTS? They arming? You could tell me. No backseat gaming over here. Save me the time. Rebel groups fighting. Al Qaeda? At that point, is that Al Nusra? Is it one of the HTS groups? Or is it Al Qaeda? $14. My notes from yesterday. See if we can thread this one. Fuck, I'm all over the place. Better delete this. It's just throwing me off every time I see it. Turkey. Alright. Okay. Bank at the middle of all of it. I should know about that. All right. So it's not HTS at that time. It's Al Nusra, Al Qaeda linked. My guess is HTS. We learned yesterday, they want HTS to hold this bluish area here in the Idlib province, that little corridor. They want to keep the refugees out of Turkey because they're not Turkic. And they're racist. They're not hungry like the wolf. That's weird, Dan. That's my guess. You do got the CIA-backed group over there, too. That's not my guess. My guess is Al Nusra. I guess I'm calling my shot. It's fun. It's fun. So, that's my guess. Scandal breaks out 2014. Turkish government supplying truckfuls, lorries full of weapons to Syria. Erdogan first claimed the cargo of the lorries were a national secret. Secrets. Later claimed that the lorries were carrying food, medical supplies. Come on. Many critics of the government alleged the lorries were in fact supplying arms to rebel groups fighting in Syrian civil war. All right. Footage of the search in 2015 confirming that the lorries were in fact carrying weapons. Give me this. Awesome, we got it. Try to translate it here. This is so dark. I got to agree. Look at that, huh? Standing on the edge. Are these pictures any different?
Zordur canım.
Siz taşıyabilir misiniz şu ekipte? İşini beceremeyen insanlar.
I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for that. New images have emerged. What, do I got to pay for it? All right, well, this is good enough for me. Guys with the shoeboxes of cash was the Halkbank, accused of taking bribes from Reza Zarrab, Iranian Azeri businessman who had taken Turkish citizenship under the name Saraf. What did we just learn about Reza? We just learned some weird shit, right? Oh, man. I can't keep up with everything, folks. This is really hard. I don't think my brain's made for this, but no one else is doing it, so I guess it's me. Move! I'm moving. This recording, I don't want it. Come on. You're having such a good time over here. Try play. Going. Sometimes it doesn't like the website. I haven't figured that out. This codec thing? That doesn't make sense. All right, well.
News.
No.
Agenda. TIR investigation into Jumhuriyet. Shop manager.
All right, we're all having a good time. All right. Let's see. How can I make space? Yeah. Okay, just save the picture. That's not enough. It's like better when it's on a website. Did that seriously not take? Trying to do a screen cap over here. Okay, having a hard time. Massachusetts Institute of Tech. At it again. Those fucking nerds. Always up to some shit. Bunch of dickheads. What? We didn't find the video. I sort of want to find the video. Getting into this.
Ben gerçek
Show me. On. Give me what I want. This. Man. The fuck was that sound? No footage. I'd like to find it. Images. It said footage. I thought it was footage, like a video footage. Footage implies pictures? I got some footage. No, footage means video. God damn it. So disappointed. That's a big letdown. What is this part? Like, what's going on in there? Alright, I guess I don't know. What kind of weapons? Oh, okay, here we go. A ban was placed on the footage of the lorries, which emerged to have transported 1,000 mortar shells, 1,000 rifled artillery shells, 50,000 machine gun rounds, 30,000 rifle bullets to what was alleged to be Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant in Syria. So al-Nusra and ISIS in Syria. But according to later academic study, was the Free Syrian Army and the rebel Syrian Turkmen. Rebel Syrian Turkmen. All right, so this was that CIA cutout. What really happened there? It says better source needed. And okay. I want to see the video. You can't tell me what I can and can't see. But what really happened? Where were they going? I don't know. I'll have to ask. Rum here. All right. Sued this guy, Ken Dundar, journalist, columnist, and editor, and requested 2 aggravated life sentences and 42 years imprisonment. He was arrested, spent 92 days in prison, released in 2016, after it was decided it was illegal to imprison him. On May, he was imprisoned for 5 years, 10 months for leaking secret information of the state. He fled to Germany, and then a warrant arrest for him was issued in 2016. Holy shit. In 2019, 22 of the 54 suspects involved in the seizure were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 2 to 20 years for acting on the instructions of Beto, as well as obtaining and exposing secret documents to the state. Okay. Is that true? Or are they just like jacketing them? Or, you know what I mean? Are they, what am I trying to say? Are they like trying to get their own government off the hook by having these patsies? Basically, many people see these scandals, and all of this is a power struggle between Gulen and Erdogan. Erdogan, yeah. Or is it a plot by the West to help Erdogan consolidate power by giving him this guy that they can just say, oh, this is an evil guy causing all these problems in the country. Evil United States, right? While also doing the thing that Turkey does, which is playing all sides all the time. What's going on here? So the question is, who are they arming? Who are they arming, and was it a Gulenist op? Was this a Gulenist operation? Or I guess my other question is, or I don't know, am I thinking too creatively? Either way, it's a Gulenist op. Unless he had nothing to do with it. But it feels like, yeah, all of Turkish politics is just being boiled down to that. That's the lens through which people are seeing it. I don't... We shouldn't. US is interested. Okay. American Israel. Yeah, nailed it. Cybersyn? What's Cybersyn? Is this Cybersyn part of our deep dive here? It's a new Channel 5. Flynn shows up 12 minutes in.
I've kind of been searching for the truth my whole life. And one time I just came across a video that was
the tactics of avoiding Q.
Not wait for a hero.
One of the tactics of this new psychological war seemed to be avoiding Q. The main speakers of the event, General Flynn and Sidney Powell, claimed to not know anything about what we're talking about.
Right there, gentleman, right here.
Okay, thank you. Andrew Callahan, Channel 5 Action News. So,
Channel 5 from where, though? Describe
Channel 5 Action News is not actually a TV channel. It's the name of our YouTube channel.
I got it. I think I knew that about you.
It's not syndicated through a national broadcasting corporation, but, you know. So talking about manipulation, if you go on any mainstream media platform, they describe this whole event as a QAnon conspiracy conference.
Yeah.
Why do you think that they're doing that, and is that true?
If they create this boogeyman, right? If they create this boogeyman, that's a nice little thing to just keep beating us about. They try to take an organization like this and create that level of noise that I talked about. QAnon, they're the domestic, they're the new, they're the new shiny object. I don't know what QAnon is. I really don't. But I'm going to leave here saying, well, do you believe in God?
General Flynn was being real sneaky.
As he delivered his speech, vendors in the back sold QAnon hats and t-shirts, and his colleague Sidney Powell was even wearing a big fat Q on the back of her motorbike jacket.
He claimed to not know what QAnon was, but months before, he took the oath with his entire extended family.
Where we go one, we go all.
Where we go one, we go all.
God bless America.
God bless America.
Listen, on the 4th of July last year, where we go on, we go all, he was the military man who knew about the Hillary Clinton scandals and what they've been doing for years. Like, his truth is what brought the movement alive. And, whether or not he's in it, he's the people's general, he woke us up. Whatever it was, he had a role in the Great Awakening. Shout out to General Flynn, where we go on, we go all.
We just talked to General Flynn, and he said he doesn't know what QAnon is.
Well, media, look what they do when they take little pieces of it, and we've been ostracized, we've been talked about, through our families, we've lost loved ones, wives have walked away, parents, everybody is ostracized in a certain way in their own communities, and why give them the opportunity?
Not surprisingly, other speakers followed General Flynn's lead.
What are your thoughts on the whole, QAnon thing?
I don't know about it. I really don't.
All right. All right. I don't know much about this judicial coup, but I'm bored by it already. Next. You know what I mean? Boring. The MIT crisis the same as the judicial crew? Or am I confused? Did I just go through that and I didn't learn? Oh, man. I hit my limit today. MIT scandal. All right. Yeah, Turkish CIA. Why does this say the MIT crisis of February 2012? This thing's 2014, so I don't know. I think that's why I'm like, wait, are these different? So-called MIT crisis of 2012? Get rid of that. That's 2014. Hold up. Try to question this guy Hakan Fidan. He's talking with Aliyev, president of Azerbaijan. I just cannot pull on all these threads all at once. I need to figure something out. $99.99. Keep thinking it's 95. It's 99. Okay. I think I need to put this down and come back tomorrow. Oh, fuck. I'm talking with Karem tonight. And I'm lost in the sauce. Let me get back to my other notes. I think it's going to be a banger episode when it comes all together. Okay. My brain's absolutely full. I want to thank you all for being with me today. I'm going to wrap up. Gonna get out of here. So. If you find something related to what we're talking about, and if you think it'd be helpful, please drop it in the Discord. There's a specific channel for that. Wow, that was a good one. I'm tired. I need a nap. Something. No. Oh, Dylan Burns is streaming. Go. Oh, real Jeff Holiday. We'll hit that Jeff up. Oh, nice looking stream, Jeff. Oh, gonna get going here. I want to thank you for your time and thank you for supporting. If you're in a good position, please support the channel. Help me keep this going. I appreciate it very much. I haven't done a good job of shilling today. Yeah. I think it runs so many goddamn ads, everyone doesn't like the stream anymore. No one likes my stream. So, looking forward to this episode coming together. Thank you for researching with me and bearing with me while I do deep dives and try to expand my brain size. I always find myself in uncomfortable learning positions, and I'm very exposed when I do this. I think that while it sort of requires a lot to be able to do that, I hope more people would do that. It just feels like everyone stays where they are, and I want everyone to grow. I enjoy growing. All right, folks, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get out of here. Been going 7 hours. Want to remind you though that if you want to support on Patreon, $3 a month on Patreon, you'll get access to the full video with of episode number 0. I call it almost the beginning, where we sort of lay out what we're going to talk about, what we're going to get into, and it's a nice little talk. And then I edited it down and added a bunch of stuff. All right, we're going to raid Real Jeff Holiday. Thanks for being with me today. Shout out to your mom. And y'all be good. Be good to yourself. Be good to each other. Safety first. Be good to Jeff. Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. All right. All power to all the people. And free all political prisoners. Peace. Love your face. I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you all so much. Bye. Bye. Have a good night. That was a good one. It was a good one.